Good morning. Please, let's move forward. Today, we don't have dignitaries. We are all delegates. So please, let's move forward. And those who are here, let's move to this side. Those who are outside, it is 9 o'clock. Please join the conference room. Please, those who are outside, come in and let's start business.
Hello, hello, hello. 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
أنا أسمعك. أنا أسمعك ليش؟
أنا عشان أنا عامل أنميوت.
لا 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 لا. لا.
soldier among us, has been with us from the very beginning. Unfortunately, he passed away. So I'd like you all to join us and stand, and we take a moment of silence for him. Pierre Wodrago. Thank you. Please sit down. May he rest in peace. And we shall continue with the struggle that we started with him and make sure that his legacy is well known. All right. I think we'll start our session. And today we have a fairly active set of things to do. We'll postpone the roll call till we are ready for the updates from the different organizations, but we'll take a brief introduction of what the AF Star is. And we are pleased to get some very important close friends of ours to give us 2 goodwill messages. One will be from Miriam Kun, and the other one will be from Anne Rachel. And we are still very fortunate to have a very senior member of our global community, Ambassador Amandine Gill of the UN Secretary General's Office of Technology, and he will give us the opening speech. So that's roughly what we have for this morning. Subsequently, there will be activity updates of the different organizations that coordinate their work through AF Star. Then we'll have a panel on a session on resilience of our organizations, the institutions in the within the AF Star. And then we'll also have a discussion, a presentation on the top-down versus bottom-up, which alternative is good for the AF Star community. And later on, we'll have a panel on which AF Star ecosystem community for digital Africa. And then we'll have an open mic. And yeah, I think that will be roughly where we are. Okay. So we'll continue with the morning session. And we normally like to start by setting a tone by sharing some brief set of activities of the AF Star. So I'd like to call upon Alain Aina from the Secretariat to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. For this, I would like to try some French because I think we have translation. Do you have headset? I see Paul. I think you can you hear French? Some French? Okay, good. Can I try French? Or maybe I try Arabic. Which one you prefer? The Arabic one. Oh, okay. No, I think this is a good exercise. So it allows that we are a community and we don't all speak English, right? We speak French. We even the old man here, he also speaks some French. A little, speak un peu. Look at Victor. Okay, so for the sake of time, okay, donc je vais, comme l'a dit le professeur, AF Star, je pense que quand nous parlons de AF Star, disons, c'est une marque pour nous dans cette communauté africaine. Sous AF Star, nous englobons toutes les institutions de gouvernance de l'Internet au niveau du continent. Donc, quand vous entendez AF Star en haut, ou bien, il faut savoir que c'est une marque déposée, mais sous ça, nous avons toutes nos institutions. Et AF Star, remonte avant même la création de ICANN à la conférence de Cotonou 98, où ce qu'on appelait le African Internet Group a décidé de mettre en place les institutions de gouvernance de l'Internet qui nous a conduit à AFNOG, AFRENIC et Africa 7, AFTLD. Donc, vous voyez d'où vient le AF, OK, etc. AFPIF, Afrique ICANN. Donc, toutes ces institutions-là, nous les mettons sous AFSTAR. Nous avons un secrétariat qui est constitué de volontaires, donc moi-même, Adiel Atlogan, et puis le regretté colonel Pierre Ouedraogo. Alors, pour les AFSTAR, nous avons des réunions publiques, comme à chaque African Internet Summit, nous faisons une réunion, il y a une journée pour discuter des problèmes de la communauté, des problèmes de gouvernance, de coordination. Ça, c'est AFSTAR public. Mais nous avons de temps en temps des réunions de coordination interne aux leaders AFSTAR. Nous faisons ces réunions et puis et au cours de ces réunions, c'est beaucoup plus pour que les différentes institutions, parce que le problème, c'est qu'on a des institutions, OK, qui sont spécialisées et chacun fait ces choses et forcément ne rend pas compte. Donc, nous avons ces réunions de coordination privée et quand nous venons aux réunions publiques comme ça, donc chaque institution dira à la communauté en général quelles sont les activités, parce que ce n'est pas évident. Vous avez vu hier, quand on parle de cybersécurité, par exemple, vous voyez, c'est transversal. Donc, parfois, si on ne coordonne pas, donc nous avons souvent aussi ces réunions fermées. Bon, malheureusement, nous ne publions pas de communiqués, etc., parce que ça reste des réunions informelles. La dernière réunion privée que nous avons eue a été en mai, qui a été vraiment consacrée à discussion sur les problèmes d'Afrique, parce que comme vous le savez, c'est le sujet d'actualité. Et puis, voilà. Donc, si vous voulez contacter AFSTAR, donc il y a le secrétariat, ou si vous avez des trucs spécifiques, ou si vous avez des projets et vous ne savez pas quelle institution en particulier dans l'écosystème, vous pouvez contacter le secrétariat qui vous dira, OK, votre sujet ou bien votre problématique sera plus adaptée pour telle institution ou telle institution. Mais ce que nous souhaiterions, c'est qu'il y ait plus d'engagement de la communauté, parce que on se rend compte que, bon, vous avez vu, même ce matin, on a eu du mal à démarrer à temps, parce que on essaie d'appeler les gens ici et là pour dire c'est bon. Donc, il faut qu'il y ait plus d'engagement sur ce que nous devons faire, parce que le souci, c'est que chacun détient un périmètre et si tu mets le pied dans le périmètre de quelqu'un, il est fâché. Donc, mais pour éviter ça, il faut que chacun assume à sa part de responsabilité dans ce que nous sommes censés faire. Donc, voilà à peu près ce que je voudrais dire. Nous travaillons aussi sur des documents, sur comment on va coordonner l'activité dans les choses. Bon, les documents sont restés toujours au niveau du groupe fermé. Parce que le problème, c'est que quand, au niveau du secrétariat, nous accompagnons le leadership de AFSTAR sur les documents, il faut maintenant que chaque communauté, chaque leadership prenne ce document pour aller le faire valider dans sa communauté. Nous avons noté qu'il y a des problèmes à ce niveau parce que certaines institutions n'ont pas le mécanisme pour prendre des documents et aller vers leur communauté pour discuter. Donc, nous avons ce problème aussi que nous allons pendant la journée essayer de voir comment est-ce qu'il faut faire ça. Parce qu'il faut que dans cette communauté, nous puissions documenter aussi ce que nous faisons. Ça fait partie de l'histoire. Parce que comme il y a beaucoup de gens qui ne connaissent pas AFSTAR, ce que nous faisons. Donc, il faut qu'on documente les choses et il faut qu'on ait soit soit on va continuer à demander à chaque groupe d'aller faire valider les dossiers, ou on va décider alors de les discuter en plénière et de les faire adopter pour dire c'est la communauté générale qui a adopté les documents, etc. Donc, c'est ce que je vais, ce que je vais dire. J'espère que mon français est bon. Et non. Donc, et puis, on va commencer. Voilà, je vous repasse la parole.
Not well, not well. I want you to do that.
This is for the...
Thank you very much for the brief introduction of AF Star. I think we'll start the opening session, and would like to invite a very good friend of ours, also been with us from the very beginning in the AFNOG days and then in the AFRINIC. And this happens to be the RIPE chair. So I'd like to invite Miriam Kuhn to give us a goodwill message. Miriam, if you are on, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Nee. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, I'm a bit overwhelmed because it's so great to see some of you back, at least online. I haven't seen so many of you, and yeah, we've been good friends over a long period of time. So good morning to you all, and thanks very much for inviting me to give this short welcome speech here. Yeah, as I was introduced already, my name is Miriam Kühne, and I am currently serving as the chair of the network operators group called RIPE. And so the task of the RIPE community is, and I'm quoting here from a document, to ensure the necessary administrative and technical coordination that allows the stable operation of IP networks. That's pretty much how it was defined in the very first document that was published by the RIPE community in 1989. And what does that actually mean? Just to give you an impression, it's like, Alain just described the F star. I'll also just give you a short intro of what the RIPE community is. We currently have about 12 working groups that deal with topics such as routing, DNS, IP address distribution, open source software, the RIPE database, and other similar topics. So people come together to make agreements about things like, routing, including routing security. They develop policies about and best current practices for IP address distribution. They agree on what kind of information needs to be registered in the RIPE database and how it's maintained in order to facilitate networking for everyone. Currently, for instance, we also have a task force that looks at requirements for operating DNS resolvers. So it's quite a range of topics, mostly technical topics, but we, for instance, also have one working group that brings together the technical community with government representatives, regulators, law enforcement, to facilitate collaboration and to understand each other's concerns and also understand each other's values. I think that's also really important in this multi-stakeholder environment. And all these discussions and all the results and documents are all open. Anybody can participate and access. It's just the same like you do, and decisions and agreements are made by consensus in the community itself. So my role as a chair is basically just to oversee all this work is it's happening and to make sure it's done within the values and principles that were set out by the community. For instance, in this document that I was referring to earlier on. So I'm really happy to be able to present here at this important summit for the internet community in Africa. Yeah, some of you might remember me from the early days, and he has already referred to that. My involvement with your community goes goes a long way back. I actually participated in this first African Internet Forum in Cotonou in 1998. I think that was actually my first trip to an African country. I still remember that very well. And then later in 2000, I also attended the very first AFNOC meeting in Cape Town, which then also kickstarted the formation of AFRINIC. And then after that, I participated in many AFNOC meetings throughout the years, and also together with other individuals and organizations, I was part of the team that helped organize the technical workshops that have always been a part of your events. And I see they're still going on today, which is great. I think they were happening like earlier or last week or earlier this week. Unfortunately, I didn't have an opportunity to actively participate in the recent AFNOC events or the African Internet Summits now. But I always felt a connection with you, with my friends and colleagues on the African continent. It's always been such a pleasure to work with people who are so passionate and so enthusiastic about their work. And that, of course, brings Pierre Odrogu back to my mind. And I was really sad to hear that he had passed away. He's always been a great inspiration for me throughout those years. And so I'm especially happy that I'm honored also that I was asked to give this short speech here and to reconnect again with many of you. So I'm sorry I cannot be there in person, but I'm planning to follow some of the discussions later on also remotely. And yeah, you can always reach out to me if you have any questions. But this is not only a message from me personally, but also a message from the RIPE operators community to the operators community here at the African Internet Summit. Network operators and other technical internet groups such as CCTLDs, the CERTs, exchange points, and some others that were just mentioned in the introduction are of course essential for the stability of the internet infrastructure. And we often do work in the background without users or other stakeholders noticing it. Well, I guess unless things break and then people look at us to fix it. But we basically ensure that the internet kind of just works. And as you all know, I mean, we could all experience that, for instance, during the recent pandemic, where people all over the world were able to use the internet in an unprecedented way. And I cannot stress enough how much this was thanks to the work of individual network operators around the globe, but also thanks to the fact that we had built connections and relations and trust throughout the years prior so that we could rely on that and during the times of crisis. So just like the global internet, we are one global community and we need to continue to work together. It's important that we help each other out and that we collaborate and cooperate. And in a way, that's always been part of our DNA. We've been multi-stakeholder, I think, before the word even existed. And especially network operators understand that without collaboration and coordination, there wouldn't be a network of networks. There would only be disconnected islands that they, can operate individually. But we don't only need to collaborate with each other and with our peers, but also with everybody who has an interest in the stability and the continuation of the internet. So with all stakeholders. And that's essential not only to operate and in order, to maintain the current internet, but also to enable connectivity for those who are not yet connected and to the internet and who cannot yet benefit from this wonderful communications technology that we've built over the years. So this summit, I think, is a good example of this type of collaboration. It's great to see so many organizations and individuals come together and work together on shaping the future of the internet. Now, as I mentioned at the beginning, I was also involved in the early days of AFRINIC, a regional internet registry for Africa. And Ala just mentioned that there were also sessions, dealing with that topic. And as I and also many others in the global community have been following the developments with great interest and concern over the last few years. And I'm pleased to see it has made some progress to restore the governance of AFRINIC. I think today more than ever, AFRINIC needs the support of the community in Africa, the support of you all. And I would like to encourage you all to get involved and participate in the elections when the time comes. But in closing, just I wanted to, issue this open call. Feel free to reach out to me or any of the members of the RIPE community as you see fit. We are partners and friends, and we're there together to work together, and only together we can ensure the continuation of a stable and secure internet infrastructure. So with that, I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a successful and constructive event today.
Very much. Please, let's give her one more round of applause. Miriam is a very special friend. And for those who may not know our history, I'd like to remind you that we were incubated in RIPE. Afrinic was incubated in RIPE, okay? Meaning we sent 2 engineers for an extended period, maybe more than 6 months, to help install the Afrinic operation. So there's been a lot of, you might say, contribution into the creation of Afrinic, and we really have to value the asset or the institution that we have. I picked out 1 or 2 things that it's worth touching on from her goodwill message. Clearly coordination and collaboration are essential for what we are doing. At the same time, we don't look for agreement, we look for consensus, which means that we encourage everybody to express their concerns and be heard, and we'll look for the merits within the issues that are being discussed. But most important is if you can live with it, that's roughly, then we can say we can move forward. So consensus is a key part of the work that we do. And thanks very much for having been with us at Cotonou in the very beginning, and also our maiden meeting of AFNOG in Cape Town, which resulted in getting what we'll consider sufficient consensus to move forward with Afrinic. So please, let's thank Miriam for all the personal and institutional contributions they've made to us. Thank you. Our next goodwill statement was to come from Anne Rachel. Is she able to join? And I'd like to also find out whether Andile, I see online, is able to join us. So if you can find out whether he's there.
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Andile, you can unmute yourself.
Kill a moment in case he comes. Andile was also, the most significant in terms of finding financial resources for us to start Afrinic. In our history, Afrinic was incubated in Pretoria at CSIR. And all these were done from the goodwill of the government of South Africa and the particular efforts or understanding Andile had for our industry, and therefore, you might say, pushed and organized for us to get support from South Africa. And you might say, in the formulation of Afrinic, we were defined as a decentralized organization, and we had different locations for different purposes. In the case of South Africa, that was supposed to be our technical operations, and is still our technical operations. So we are not operating these services from Mauritius. Of course, there were other governments that supported the initiative, including the government of Mauritius and Ghana, Yeah, and we had strong effort from OIF as well, because we recognize the diversity in language that we have. And this is how we were able to. The fourth country that skipped me momentarily in the sequence was Egypt. And there, another late colleague of ours, Honorable Minister Tariq Kamel, was quite instrumental in helping us get started. So notice that we are quite unique in the sense that even though people are using our resources voluntarily, we did and therefore did not need any government mandate or legal authority to do any of our things, because people have already opted to use them. So we already have the public interest of people. But within the ecosystem, we made strong efforts to have all the different parties participating. And so the goodwill we have is fairly large. And that is why we are confident that whatever problems we have now will be resolved, because we have always had the entire community with us, and we'll see how it plays. Is Andile able to come? Okay, then I'd like to introduce our main speaker for the morning. Happens to be another good friend, and he's the UN Secretary General's envoy on technology, and his name is Ambassador Amandeep Gill. Now, you know, the UN has also been an important instrument for mainstreaming our technologies. Some of you may recall in the early days of the UN ICT Task Force, that is what puts PCs in all UNDP projects to enable that industry to build out. And once that industry began to move, it then became possible for the internet also to thrive. And in that process also, UN was a very a good partner from the point of view of getting public policy to accept that the technology was so relevant for development. And they also then started their own initiatives, including the WIGIG, the Working Group on Internet Governance, and then also the WISIS, the World Summit on Information Society. All these things resulted in an Internet Governance Forum. And remember that the Internet Governance Forum really adopted the multi-stakeholder approach from the technical community, okay? In that if they were to participate with us in deriving what public policy might be, then it might be helpful if they practice what we so-called technical community practices. So anyway, with that brief introduction, I would like us to hear Ambassador Amandeep Gill's message to us. Please, thank you.
It is a great pleasure to address the Africa Internet Summit 2023. I'm grateful to the organizers for this invitation to share some thoughts with you through a keynote. The internet has been a great force for global good. Its development over the years has been led by multiple communities, and many of them are represented today in this room. The technology community, the private sector, the for-profit sector, civil society, governments, and international organizations. This multi-stakeholder approach to the development and the governance of the internet has stood the test of time. It has allowed us to go from a few million users of the internet more than 20 years ago to now close to 5.5 billion users. Yes, there is a long way to go. We still have 2.7 billion people who are offline, but the internet reaches into every corner of the world today and is transforming lives, bringing people together and turbocharging the digital economy. At the United Nations, we are currently engaged in an important process for the Summit of the Future next year in September 2024. the Global Digital Compact is one of the significant outcomes planned for the Summit of the Future next year. This compact will outline a shared vision of an open, free, secure, and inclusive digital future, where everyone can benefit from the internet and other digital technologies, can participate in shaping these digital technologies, particularly data-driven technologies such as artificial intelligence, for their own good. It will allow us to build a future in which we can leverage the internet, digital public goods, digital public infrastructure, and the digital human resource to accelerate progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. As you know, this year is the halfway midterm review of the Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs. We are reaching the targets set by the international community in 2015 only in 15% of the areas. In 85% of the areas covered by the Sustainable Development Goals, either we are standing still or we are falling behind. And there's no way we can catch up on the progress without leveraging digital technologies. So therefore, we need to work hard to bridge the digital divide, make sure that the costs of access drop down, data costs drop down, make sure that everyone has meaningful and affordable access to the internet, to devices that allow you to take the full benefit of connectivity. We also have to make sure that the growing data and AI divide is addressed alongside these more foundational digital divides. Without data, there can be no growth in the digital economy. Countries in the global south have to invest in digital public infrastructures, including data-related infrastructures. They have to invest in data-related capacity, and their partners in the global north have to help them advance those investments. I would also urge all participants at this conference to think about investing in the human resource that's needed to progress faster on the digital economy. In particular, there is a pressing need to increase the availability of trained workforce in cybersecurity and in the application of data science in the development sector. The private sector can access human resource easier than governments, but sometimes the most sorely needed expertise is precisely in the public sector, in the social sector. So we need to build more human resource in these areas. This is why the Secretary General has called for training 1 million digital champions for the SDGs, 250,000 of them in Africa. Dear friends, Africa is going to provide 1/3 of the future global digital workforce. So it is in the interest of everyone on planet Earth to help Africa invest in its own talent. Africa possesses tremendous talent. My visits to Africa recently have demonstrated how much energy there is in Africa. Its vibrant startup ecosystems, the fintech innovation that are taking place all across Africa, particularly in Western Africa and Eastern Africa, the use of digital public goods and these common rails to accelerate inclusion. We have plenty of examples from M-Pesa in Kenya to many other platforms across the continent. So there is enthusiasm, there's energy. We need to invest more into the talent in Africa, build up the infrastructure, including the internet infrastructure. New cables are being laid. There is now root servers in Africa. So that's cutting down on the latency in terms of access to the internet. All these are good developments, but we need more of them. I want to conclude, dear friends, by referring to the Internet Governance Forum that'll take place next month in Kyoto, in Japan. The IGF is a unique forum which brings together civil society, private sector, the tech community, and governments in a multi-stakeholder setting, in a true multi-stakeholder setting, to discuss the internet, its opportunities, its challenges, and to guide the way forward for all these participants. This year, as in the previous year, when the IGF returned to Africa, to Addis Ababa specifically, the IGF will look at how the discussions that the forum has can support the work of the United Nations on the Global Digital Compact. Hopefully, by next year, we would reach an ambitious outcome through the GDC that would reinforce the authority of the IGF, that would allow us to go to take the IGF to the next level in terms of its relevance to policymakers, and also build new multi-stakeholder ways of coming together to take forward the vision described in the Global Digital Compact. I look forward to your support, to your guidance in making this happen. Thank you very much.
Let's give him another round of applause. If you notice, they've been following us. He's even aware that we have root servers, being deployed, cluster, Kenya, and so on. And these, for me, are good signs that we are not working alone. And once again, I repeat, the truth will win. When everybody, you see, it's good that we are open. When you are open, everything about us is open, and our friends will continue to follow our efforts, and the challenges we have, they will support us to address them. Now, it raises some important points that are worth touching on from my point of view. We've always been limited by the capacity of the human resources we have. In fact, that's the purpose and the reason for the existence of the NOGs as an example, because the technical expertise is minimum requirement. And of course, you want to supplement it with the other disciplines as well as professions, so that we can have a more holistic approach to developing the internet. So I really like that point of view. And also concerns about cybersecurity is well noted. That also has a barrier, and it's not just technical there, it also has to do with response, and that should be a message to Africa's set of interests. He threw in a new one, which is looking at the data and data sciences, and of course that leads towards machine learning and AI and so on, but it's pointing at a direction that is extremely important for us to address. Now, all these are of relevance to the AF Star community, and I hope some of you will be going to IGF in Kyoto, and perhaps those of us who are able to get there may have opportunity to talk to Ambassador Gill and maybe influence his thinking or point his attention to some things that you consider are very important for the region. All right, let me do one more check whether Andile or Anne Rachel is there. Okay, well, then what we'll do is what we normally do. I would like to open up the mic, but this one is just open mic. We will not respond to anything. We will just listen to you. And you can give us any support, or you can tell us how to solve any concerns that you may have noted. And then when we come back after coffee, we can now begin the program of the coordination meeting and the updates from the different groups. Yeah. So the mic is open, and just to hear what your feelings and your reactions are on the AF Star and the presentation so far. So please, the mics are open.
So please join the queue. So it's always good to be the number one to go to the queue. Maybe you can win something. Who's gonna be the first today? Silvio? Okay.
Good morning, everybody. I think the today meeting is very important because inside our community we can see that all Afghanistan, and I supported the Afghanistan since beginning. So what my experience during these years, I think that is we need get this meeting in high level in Africa, but inside each country, we must find a way in order to take this discussion inside the local community. So we decided to create Angola Internet Association. I think as Angola Internet Association is the through this organization we can get to all international discussion and bring inside our community. For example, we have exchange point that belong to the community, and we get support for all in high speed, no? All people, all organization that get IP through Afrinic is support association right now. So I think in order to all Africa has the I forgot our NOG. We also have tried to improve our NOG, and all other organization. I get we want to get inside the country. So I don't know how many countries as association, no? Maybe is I think is the good ways to make more people in this discussion for the internet, because we want internet for everybody. So we need a lot of people or a capacity building. So many things that we need in order to put internet in each house in Africa, please. Thank you.
But before you leave the mic, Silvio, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Silvio Almada, Silvio Cabral Almada. I am also board member, Afrinic board member.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, there is one online. So
Sorry, about Africa, all people in this room know how's the things going.
okay. Okay.
So,
Yeah. So, Prof, before I give you the floor, allow me to take Mohammed Diop online. Mohammed.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead, Mohammed Diop. Please introduce yourself and then.
Oh, okay, Alan. Thank you very much. I just want to congratulate all the organizer of that important meeting for Africa. I know that for many of you, it's time for retirement, but you understand that emergency take you on duty up to now. So I just want to congratulate all the organizers, starting by Dr. Kinikweno. My name is Mohammed Diop, and I am representing the AIS registrar. He is the organization that have all the ICANN accredited registrar in Africa, and also the other registrar and incubator in that continent. So we're just following with great interest what you guys are doing today. I know that it's we need more and more discussion because emergency are facing our continent, our countries, our internet community, and it's very important that we know how to continue this. So my only message is just to think about the generation that will be able to hold this fight for many years coming, because I know that for many of you guys, it's time for retirement. So congratulations, keep going. We have no choice that keep going with that community that we love, that we dedicated our whole life trying to make Africa raise up and be part of that global international organization that is the internet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mohammed. So yeah, Prof.
Yes, I'm here in my personal capacity.
But who are you again?
My name is Ni Nakukweno. I'm a resident of Ghana.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just wondering, is it that we didn't give you enough wine or you had too much wine? Because you are too quiet. So I'm wondering whether I've done something wrong again and you are not saying it. So please, make
noise, make noise, make noise. Make noise, make noise, make noise. Oh, bring all your friends, tell them to make noise. So yeah, we got some noise now.
Thank you very much. Yesterday, Prof, there was no one on my table. So but I wanted to tell you, I didn't see you. There was no one on my table yesterday, but I know he was busy, so I'm not angry. So because he just mentioned if he did something wrong, we have to say it. But we're in a family, there's no one on my table.
Okay.
Someone took the wine, but it's fine. I took water. Thank you so much. My name is Yaovi Aton. I'm from the community. I'm speaking on personal capacity because it's an open mic.
Mm-hmm.
And what I meant to mention is what I want to emphasize what our colleague Silvio said. Silvio, people don't know him. Has been also very active in the community. I think in the country, Angola, they are speaking Portuguese. So he's trying to do a lot to have the Portuguese-speaking community been participating. So we have to thank him. And something very important I want to raise on my personal capacity today also is that, it's very expensive to travel within Africa, very expensive. And I know some people could not be here because of the cost of the ticket. And then from COVID, my personal takeaway from the COVID is that Africa, we have to work on time management in Africa. That is key, because I'm glad we have people online today. Like we have someone in his country, he planned to attend a specific session on the agenda. And then, example, like 3 p.m., he planned to attend the session at 3 p.m. And the person tried to find a connection, maybe in the office of someone, because his connection is not good. So he did the best to be in the office of his colleague to find this session. And then he connected at 3, and then he can realize that we are doing something different. So I think that we should consider this. Mohammed did a very good presentation, during the Africa Engagement Forum in July. We should share again the link. So I also added because that without tide management, we cannot move in Africa. Without time management. And then when people said Africa time, I don't believe on that. Because primary school, when you are late, they close the gate or the teacher beats you. So how can we play with time again in Africa today? I don't think so. So it's an appeal. So for everything we are doing, we should help the organizers. I saw yesterday people calling to come to the room for a session. I think we should ourselves, if the session is starting at 2, we should be here 5 minutes before 2. So nobody will tell us this in Africa. I'm sorry, I'm very young, but more than 30 years in the community, but I'm still young, but I know we have the elders, we should help them. So we should be in the room at least 5 minutes before the session. If we do that, I think in the next 10 years, Africa will change a lot. If not, we come late, we spend time over the session. A session which is plan to start at 5, we keep continuing after 6. Why? Because we have time? I don't think so. And during the IDF last week, we were in Abuja, and I don't know the person who said that we need to do things differently in Africa. We have things we should keep in Africa, but I think there are things we should do differently in Africa. We need to change things. So being on time is very important. So again, the local participation at the local level is very important. And I see we organize in some countries, IDF meetings. We should try to have everyone in this country. Sometimes you see 4 or 5 people, they organize the IDF, they send a report. Oh, why? We should try to keep talking to people, government to come to the IDF, the operators to come to the IDF, the students should come to the IDF. Because there's recommendation at the national level. It is more easy to implement this recommendation if it is at the national level. But if you have recommendation at the global level, this might be a bit complicated for some countries. So it's just an appeal. We are doing a lot. I think we are doing better, improving from year to year in Africa. And we want to thank again the organizers of this event, which is very important for Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yavi. Yeah, Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Fatima Bayat, and I work with the Association for Progressive Communications. We are a nonprofit organization that works internationally. And my comment for this morning, given the open mic, is really a question to everybody here, as maybe especially to the AF community. I've heard in the last 2 days, multi-stakeholder. My question to you is, where's civil society? The other thing I'd like to ask is just, what is being done, and has there been considerations about bringing in community networks into the work that you're doing, given all of the hype that is going around connecting the unconnected, the last mile connectivity? So leaving those 2 statements with you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Masilela.
Oh, thank you. Name is Lucky Masilela. I think the first thing that I'd like to do as part of the team that was organizing the event or the local organizing committee, I want to welcome you all that have come from outside the country, outside South Africa. You're most welcome. I don't know if this has been done enough, but this is a message that will never end. It's important that you've been able to attend physically this event, and those that are online equally. We are very elated. We're happy that you have joined us. You're able to be with us. And at the same time, yesterday, I wanted to stand up and apologize for someone in this room, you know. And then I realized it's above my pay grade to even try to apologize on his behalf, you know. Mark Elkins, I know you didn't mean bad, but where is a colleague who was unfazed by the pay grade issue, but that will be addressed. And the last item is, when I spoke yesterday at the gala dinner, for those who were there, those who were not there, you missed out. We had a DJ called Glenn Lewis. Yes, he was jamming hard, you know, and the wine was beautiful, the white and red wine from South Africa, Cape wine. So of course, everything was South African there. The music, the beat. But the thing that I mentioned was that we have 1.3 million names under our administration. And somebody came to me and said, how did you get it right? What did you do to have so many names under your administration? 4 different products, org.za, web.za, co.za, and net.za. And I said, it was simple. We got South African corporate to trust the name co.za. When your business in your country trusts the name, then everything will happen. You don't need to worry. The growth becomes natural and organic and everything else follows. The next thing, once there is trust, pricing is an issue. You need to have your domain names properly priced. And that is the next thing. The third one is harmonization on technologies. Policies equally are important to grow your domain name space. So these are some of the things that we are sharing with you. In the last few months, we established a new company. We came up with a new company called ZARC. And in the week of transition, we saw a growth that was way beyond what we've seen in the last few months, in just 1 month, in the month of transitions. Remind me the stat, Jenny? 40,000, you know? And that is, again, a sign of trust by the community that we are transitioning. They know the people. We are bringing in a technology that is stable, that is going to be robust, a shared registry services, SRS. And this is where we are. In the next few months, we'll be celebrating our first anniversary as ZAC. We probably will be kicking dust and having another party with a lot of South African wine. So please, again, welcome and give yourself a ride for being in South Africa. Thank you.
Oh, Marcus, going to the mic.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Then we have Mohammed Diop online. Then we will.
Yeah, my name is Marcus. I'm here in my own capacity. Well, I'm going to speak in parable. So whoever have ears should hear. In human beings' life, whether you like it or not, you definitely cross turbulent zone. At times it can be severe. It slows you down. Or at times, you even push backward. When you are pushed backward, you ask yourself, what is going on? Christian will tell you, oh God, what have I done and this is happening to me? So many reflections will go on. But what matters is, you are moving backwards. What are you making out of that backward? I compare it to a bow and an arc. You put your arc in your bow. You pull the string backward. I'm sure you are in that situation now. You pull it. Whether he likes it or not, so the one pulling the arc, the arc and the string, the bowstring, if he doesn't want to release it, a time will come. Naturally, his fingers will pain him. And then he will release it. And when he releases it, what will happen is the arc will go very, very far. That is what we should expect. And I believe that this coming to South Africa is going to be a springboard to push us very far. Thank you.
Thank you. Then Mohammed, please go ahead.
Thank you, Alan. This time I'm going to speak on my personal behalf, just for one main reason. I think that it's time for all of us to share this questioning that we all have at that time, because when you were present for over 30 years in a fight where you can be testify what's going on and where we're coming from and where we're heading to, it's time for us to ask ourselves some questions that need to be highlighted and answered. The first one is we realize that there is a reversibility of achievement. It means we fight for something, we go over 25 years and we can lose it. This is what we call the reversibility of achievement. It means when we fight to build an institution or to build the internet all over Africa, we're trying to fight in order to transform our community and our economies. So the question is, if we were successful in the transmission of the inheritance, were we able to transmit what people like Dr. Nee and Rachel and all the other guys there and Dile, were we able to transmit all this heritage to the young generation to be sure that they continue the fight? This is my first question. The second one is, when it comes to the question regarding retirement and continuity, we see that many people was very present, strong, and changing staff. But the question is, our life is limited as persons, but our fight need not to be limited in time and duration. How we can guarantee the continuity of that fight over generation? And community power also is the questioning for ourselves. I remember 97, 95, 96, we heard about many starting of the internet in many countries. After our fight through ISOC, Internet Society, and all local community, very few countries was thinking about cutting the internet as a whole. But nowadays, 20 years later, it became just like a game. You heard about country cutting the internet overnight and opening back again. So since that 20 years back, nobody was thinking that is possible, but now it's happening. So how can we do in order to maintain our power as a community, to be able not to see things happening in islands like we have Africa isolated in hundreds of islands where people can just put their laws, where we have food in order to make the internet just as a global, unique, and not something that every small country or every small city can make their rules on how they can run it now. I think these are questions that I really want to put on the floor, because it seems like we're doing a reverse going against the flow as a global continent, and I don't think that we deserve it. So my question is how we can continue to maintain our community power and keep it safe. How we can take advantage of our retired people and to make the continuity through generation. How can we make to maintain the reversibility of achievement, not becoming something that we're seeing overnight in Africa because we fight for more than 20 years and seeing institutions being down? These are the questions that I am putting on the floor. So we need to think about the transmission of our inheritance, how we can make sure that the heritage that we have set up can be continued, preserved, and made safe by the next generation. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, thank you. I promise there will be no effort to respond. These are to stimulate our thinking. But I'll say just one thing. Let's not take the internet nor the institutions that we have supporting them for granted. It took tremendous effort. What I like to do is to thank our guests for having spent so much time sharing their inner thoughts with us, in particular Miriam and Ambassador Gill. And also I thank you very much, the audience, for your engagement, especially in the questions and answer. So with that, we shall break till 11. And when we come, we'll continue in the program we have. So thank you very much. Let's give ourselves a hand.
Yeah, thank you. Let's give them another round of applause. The coffee break is just at the back here. So let's be punctual and come back at the right time. Thank you. Yeah, I've just been informed that the tea break is not yet ready. So in 5 minutes, it should be ready. So let's hang around and then network ourselves. Thank you. Well, welcome back. We are going to start the next session, activities, updates from AF Star organizations. Professor Nikweno will chair the affairs of that sessions. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, welcome back. I guess we'll start with a roll call. So what's the procedure here? Are we all here? So the groups of interest for now in this session are AFNOG representatives, please, you're welcome to the podium. Internet Society, ICANN representative, AFTLD, maybe it's online. AFTLD representative. I don't know who is speaking for them. Normally would expect Sanu or yeah, Barak. Afren or Wakren.
Yes,
Omo, please come. Africa Set.
going to be online.
Jean Robert is online. Okay. AF Registrar, Alaji.
Yes, online. I'm online.
Thank you very much. And Dot Africa. You call yourself differently, but we know you as Dot Africa. Please come. So that at least I can be lucky for the day, eh? And I think the last one is Afrinic. Anyone speaking for Afrinic? Okay, we'll move on. Yeah. Okay, I think we have enough of us here. So according to the program, we'll do a quick, we've sort of done a roll call, but we will now try to move on to the activities updates from the groups. So I'll call the groups in some random order. And, you know, we just like to hear from them. Yeah, let's do it this way. Let's start with someone who is here, and I'll pick on Madame Nancy Doche because she's stepped up as coordinator of AFNOG in the absence of physical presence of Afrinic to help us get the conference going. So, Madame Nancy, you can say a few words on your activities.
Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to you all. It's our pleasure to give updates on AFNOG programs at this AF Star program. As you may all know, AFNOG, it's a forum that brings together the internet community, civil society, government and ISPs to share experience, relating mainly to technical challenges associated with setting up, building, and running IP networks. It's also a platform that unites professionals, network engineers, and students from universities, research institutions, government, and ICT industry in Ghana. When AFNOG was formed, it influenced various regional internet technical institutions called AFSTAR to build consensus, and a number of organizations were incubated, including AFRENIC, AFTLD, AFREN, Africa Set, AFNOCHICS, and others. For the last year, we had online tutorials on network monitoring and management, scalable services, Internet of Things, cybersecurity. We also dialogued with country NOGs on the revival of some of the inactive NOGs to determine what challenges they may be facing as precipitated by the COVID-19 challenges and chart the way forward. Then we followed up with AIS 2022, which was held in Mauritius in May 2022. During the AFNOG Technical Day, we had keynotes address on challenges of the COVID pandemic, technical presentations, and panel sessions. There was also a vibrant NOG panel on how the NOGs handle the COVID pandemic to keep the operations and community active. Later in the year 2022, our focus shifted to getting a country host for 2023 fixing of dates, as well as finding funding sources. Since the conference is free, we solicit funding to support the event. As you may be aware, AFNOG and AFNIC jointly organizes the annual Internet Summit. However, due to current AFNIC challenges, they were unable to organize and participate in AIS as they normally do. AFNOG therefore had to step up and organize the AIS 2023 as a sole organizer this time around. We are, however, hopeful that there will be a turnaround and AFNIC can once again take its pride of place in the Africa Internet ecosystem. Some time was spent reaching out to stakeholders to agree on suitable dates as we shifted from our traditional AIS dates of late May to early June, and others have already fixed dates for their programs, and we needed to avoid overlaps since it's the same community. The next hurdle was to find the necessary funding to support the event. Fortunately, I can. ZRC, Wakren, Ghana.com, Terraco, AIS Service Systems, NAMISA, CITA, USASA, Department for Communications and Digital Technologies supported us both in kind and in cash. Our country host, .ZA Domain Name Authority, ZADNA, played a major role by offering total support, cash and in-kind support, which has enabled us to run this event. We continue to promote and support the formation of network operators group in the various African regions, in various countries in Africa region, who are offering in-country training and sharing best practice, taking AFNOG home, so to speak. We also participated in ICANN Digital Coalition for Africa Conference in July 2023. Prior to the AIS 2023, we held a number of tutorials, i.e. Network Monitoring and Management, DNSSEC, ECG set, DNS Prevention and Detection, Building an IoT System, M3AAWG DDoS Workshop, etc. As we transition from COVID to post-COVID, we look forward to resuming full physical training workshops shortly, as purely online training does not sufficiently prepare participants for industry. Finally, our success over the years seemed like just a foundation for bigger things as new aspirations and new challenges confront the technical community. And it is our hope that we continue to meet the needs and aspirations of Africa Internet community. We wish you all a good conference and we hope that you have a fruitful time here. Thank you very much.
Let's give her some more round of applause. Her role is a top role. So we really thank you for your efforts. I think for the next round, we'd like to take someone who is remote so that we can maintain a good mix. I understand Africa said Jean-Robert is online. So Jean-Robert, without much introduction, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Prof. Good day, dear colleague, distinguished participant. Thank you for the opportunity to give a quick update about Africa CERT activities. As you may know, our mandates given by the communities and members are to provide a trusted forum for security teams from multi-stakeholders, government, private sectors, academia, commercial, to more effectively respond to incidents, promote coordination, cooperation, and information sharing among security teams. And we do it in many ways, by fostering and supporting education and outreach activities and programs, by providing technical assistance, promoting information sharing across security teams in Africa and other stakeholders all over the world, by providing guidance and supporting critical infrastructure resilience, by engaging policymakers and civil society, by promoting collaborative technology research, development, and innovation in the ICT security field, and also by providing incident response team of last resort services. And these services, we do it also in collaboration with AFRINIC and many of the stakeholders present today. So members comes from various sectors and various stakeholders. And to these members, we provide a couple of services, platform for information sharing and communication. And the way our services are organized is that usually a member step up on behalf of everyone to support a specific activities. So that specific activities is supported by member. The Secretariat coordinates, play a role of coordination and relationship management. The incident response of last resort services is managed by the Secretariat and also a member. A couple of working groups have been formed along the years. One working group is looking at what is happening at the UN level in the open-ended working group in terms of norms implementations. Another working group is working with critical sectors, operators, and couple of partners, including US CISA and the State Department in industrial control system and operational technologies. So we have recently formed a community of practice that brings together those critical sectors among national frameworks to work together. We do capacity building exercise in many forms. For example, last week we have worked together with AFNOG to provide a few days of capacity building, AFNOG and also a couple of other stakeholders from the incident response community and also some international partners, including ICANN. And also there is a working group that work together with the global anti-abuse community in terms of forming an anti-abuse coalition within the ecosystem. Other services are annual and regional events. So this year we organized a couple of events with ITU. We supported ITU Cyber Drill. We are working with the ITU-T in terms of standard implementation in Africa. We organized together with the National Cybersecurity Authority of Rwanda and also the Forum of Incident Response and Security team, our annual symposium in Kigali, Rwanda. We participated in the Asia Pacific Computer Emergency Response Team annual cyber drill. We do have a couple of what we call a membership perk, which help us or enable our members to have some discount pricing with certification providers and also a voucher. And I will talk a little bit about it very quickly. And then we have also technical assistance, and it takes form of assisting a member or members to strengthen capabilities, organizing what we call immersion, where in fact a member can go into a country or send delegate into a country for a certain period of time to learn on the job training. We do coaching, maturity assessment, standard implementation advice, and also trust group introduction. Well, in terms of capacity building, as you know, capacity building being important. This year, we formed a partnership with AIS Square. In fact, it started last year, where we train as part of our Train of Trainer program about 100 CSSPs. This year, we started together with AIS Square and the 1 million cyber certified in cybersecurity program. We have at this time 540 participants in the program. Our target is to reach 750 by the end of this year. It's still open. You are welcome to join. Just send an email to the Secretariat. We do work also with a couple of other certification providers to get some voucher for them and train our trainers that now deliver training within the ecosystem. We have developed a new course that will be given for the first time, probably next year. It is still in the stabilization period on cyber risk for board members and executive leadership. We co-chair the Smart Africa Cybersecurity Working Group, and that working group has delivered a document that is called the Continental Cybersecurity Blueprint. In this document, in fact, there are some set of action for various stakeholders. 48 set of action for government, 30 set of action for political and economic union, 15 set of action for non-governmental organization, 30 set of action for the private sector, 7 set of action for academia, 14 set of action for civil society and citizen, and 13 set of action for civil society. So we are currently working with other stakeholders and sister organizations to come up with a minimum standard for information security in Africa. We have released a document for the United Nations Open-Ended Working Group on understanding and implementation of UN norms of responsible behavior in the cyberspace through the future work of the program of action. We have made a publication also on cyber incident management in emerging economy. Couple of upcoming activities. We will, the first week of November, we'll be having the third week of November, we'll be having our third Africa Cyber Drill. It is an exercise where we bring our stakeholders together, members especially, but also we allow, when we are able to establish trusted relationship with other stakeholders, we allow them to participate in the exercise and the scenario. And it is to measure from the threat intelligence information that we have gathered along the year. We then translate that into exercise. Then we build an annual series of exercise among a week where we test the capabilities of our members and participating team. This year, we will be doing that in collaboration with the SADC region. So there will be a joint event between the two organizations. And we are already preparing our next year symposium. That will be in April 2024 in Morocco. And we have recently joined ICANN and other stakeholders for the Coalition for Digital Africa. So thank you very much for the opportunity to give you a brief overview of our activities. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, please, some more. Clap harder. Two brief announcements. Right, one of it is, please, would you, if you want to ask questions, you write them down so that towards the end, after they've done the update, then you can engage with them as well. So that's the first one. Okay. Yeah, the next will be for me to introduce, and we call it African, meaning the African ICANN community. And typically, the vice president tends to update us on that. In his absence, I think Yaobi Aton will do that job for us. So you have the floor, Yaobi.
Thank you, Professor Nee. My name is Yaobi Aton from ICANN. And we want to thank again the FSTAR, especially those organizing, leading the Africa Internet Summit. So we are very glad to be here again. We have some people from ICANN here, and you have the opportunity to hear more about some topic. Yesterday, for those who are not connected or in the room, we hear from our Senior Vice President, John Crane, yesterday. So we should be able to, again, go back to the presentation. The update we want to share is we are happy to continue working with the AIS because it's a good venue for the community to keep engaging with the ICANN. And as we know, ICANN, we have the staff, we have the board, and we have the community. So the community is playing a very, very important role in what ICANN is doing. We have what we call the supporting organizations and the advisory committees. But especially for Africa, we have the AF stars playing a very important role in what ICANN is doing. We have AFNOG, who is doing a very important role in capacity development. So since many years now, we have ICANN, AFNOG helping the community, African, the continent on that role. Also, we have also AFRINIC, also for the number area. We have also FGLD, and we are working with AFTLD and AF Registrar. I think we'll be hearing from them, especially on the Africa DNS Forum. So we have been organizing this with days to F stars and more since many years now. So if you don't know about the Africa Domain Name System Forum, please take note. The next edition, the information will come out about the next edition. So it's an hybrid event, and the last one we had it in Nairobi. The last Africa DNS Forum, so you should hear about the next edition soon. We had also recently the Africa Engagement Forum in July in Ghana. So it is also a venue for the African community to again discuss, hear about the key topic in discussion during the ICANN event, to know more about ICANN. So you still have the report information on the Africa Engagement Forum website. And we hope to have also another edition in the next year for the Africa Engagement Forum. We had a blog posted on ICANN website after this event, or you can get more information from that. We have also generally during the ICANN public meetings. ICANN, we do have 3 public meetings every year. And then we are planning to have what we call Africa Space during the next edition. It's scheduled for the next Africa, the next public meeting is scheduled from the 21st to 26th October in Hamburg. For those who will be there, but it's an hybrid event, so remotely also we can participate to this event. So there's an African space again for the community to discuss, to engage. So please, if you are not registered yet, take note and register for the next Africa Engagement Forum, especially mainly for the ICANN 78 meeting happening in Hamburg. We have a mailing list, and I'm not sure that everyone is on this mailing list, African. So this mailing list, if you go to AFRINIC website, you search for mailing list, you will see a mailing list African. So you are invited to subscribe to this mailing list because it is for this mailing list is for the African community interested, African internet community, and those who are already involved or those willing to be involved on discussion related to the internet. So we have this mailing list we call African, and feel free to join this list. What we want to share again is that we have a session tomorrow. Tomorrow is like ICANN Day. We used to have ICANN Day during the Africa Internet Summit. So tomorrow we'll have more time to share more update with you on some current important topic. So you have my colleague Bobo Sheng, who is the senior director for New Digital program. So Bob, if you can just raise your hand so that people know you. So please, Bob is around, so feel free to, he'll be talking tomorrow. And we have also my colleague Yazid. You already met Yazid, some of you, Yazid in the room. So Yazid will also be talking tomorrow. You have our senior vice president, John Crane, who you saw him yesterday during the presentation. You have my colleague, June Okal, also from Global Stakeholder Engagement Team. June Okal, she's also here. You can meet here. So you are invited for tomorrow's session for those in the room or currently online to join this session. And we have a booth set at the back of this room. We have a booth, we have an ICANN booth, so you can go there to get some flyers about ICANN in general and some of the programs. So I want to stop there again by inviting you to our sessions tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Give me a round of applause. Thank you very much for being able to step in to help out in this case. But he raised an important point worth mentioning. Normally, these groups try to co-locate parallel events at AIS. And that's the example of the ICANN Africa related events. Similarly, Internet Society also has something like that. It would have been normal to see AFTLD also meeting and so on, all in parallel. That was the purpose of it. Then we can harmonize across. That's the coordination. I hope you see where we're going. Okay, so I'd like to move on. Next, we would like to invite ISOC in Africa. And in this case, we invite Dr. David Bekele to share a few words, please.
Thank you. Good morning to all. It's a great pleasure for me to be here after 4 years, because I haven't been here at the AIS for the last 4 years. I would like to say a few things about the Internet Society before I talk about the update, because I see some new faces, and you might have heard in presentations earlier about ISOC, which is our short name, and Internet Society. So we are a non-profit membership organization. We have okay, I don't know what's happening. We have about 100,000 members around the world, and more than 30,000 in Africa, 130 chapters around the world, 90 organizational members, and 140 Internet Society staff around the world, and many of them here in Africa. So we have many activities around the world, and it's very difficult to talk about all of them, but I will try to talk about some of the most important ones by starting with the ones that we are doing. We are working to grow the internet. Something that I forgot to mention earlier is that our vision is internet for everyone, and our mission is to have an open, globally connected, trustworthy, and secure internet for everyone. And we do that by having activities that grow the internet and that make it strong. So to grow the internet, we are working on connecting the unconnected. So there are places that are hard to connect, where the regular solutions might not work easily. So for example, we promote community networks, especially here in Africa, where you have very remote areas that where commercial operators don't want to go. Yesterday, you have heard from my colleague, Kevin Chege, who is seated there, about the work that we do in measurements. We support technical communities. We believe in the importance of network operator groups that such as AFNOG, but also the national ones, and we have been supporting many of them. We also work on capacity building. We have our own training programs online, but also face-to-face. We have many activities around peering and interconnection. In particular, many of you know our AFPI, or African Peering and Interconnection Forum, that took place just a month ago in Accra for the 12th or 13th time, and that has become really a very important event on the continent. And we continue to support IXPs, new IXPs, but also grow the existing IXPs. So if you are handling an IXP in your country, or if you have an interest to have an IXP in your country, please talk to us. So I will use this occasion to present my colleagues who are here, Kevin Chege, I mentioned, and Victor Donang, who is in charge of community engagement. So don't hesitate to talk to us if you have any interest in those areas. I would like also to thank ICANN, who has been supporting us, with whom we are partnering to support IXPs in Africa with an important project. You can look at some of the details on our website. So to strengthen the internet, we work on promoting encryption. As some of you might have followed, there are some stakeholders who believe that we shouldn't have strong encryption. But we believe that it is important for the internet to have a strong encryption, and we work with like-minded organizations to promote strong encryption around the world. Manners, it has been mentioned earlier, yesterday, I believe, by ICANN. It's about routing security, best practices and standards that we promote to have a more secure internet. We do also some research. NDSS in particular is a research conference that we're having in San Diego on a regular basis, on a yearly basis. We don't hear a lot about it in Africa, but it is an important event. And we do a lot of internet policy, and we are focusing this year on internet fragmentation, because we believe it is a major threat for the internet. And we believe that we shouldn't wait too long before it happens to counter it. So if you work on internet policy, please come look at our website, and especially if you are interested in internet fragmentation, we really need partners to work with. We are going to have more discussion about the Internet Society and what we do, but also about topics that are very important for us on Friday, on September 29th, from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Here at the AIS. So please join us. We also have our usual ISOC at AIS gathering on Friday from 17:30, from 5:30 to 7:30. So please join us. Please, unfortunately, we might not have enough places. So if you want to come, please register. This is the QR code. I don't know how to make it more available, but maybe we can send it otherwise. If you have time, I will keep it here for a few seconds so that you can, I hope it works. If it works, please register so that you can join us on Friday. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, let's give him one more round of applause. Thank you. Well, I hope you noticed the cooperation among the groups, even though they are focused and specialized in a way, you can see they cooperate and support each other, which is really what we are looking for. Now, with respect to AFNOG, many may have forgotten that it was bootstrapped from ISOC network technology workshops, and we inherited the lecture material. We even inherited instructors, and beyond that, we inherited secretariat that trained 2 persons And that is what we've carried on. So we thank ISOC very much for the contribution in African internet development. Okay, so with that, I'd like to move on to the next. We also have our research and education network represented, that's AFREN. And to give the update will be from the Chief Strategy Officer of WACREN. So Omo Waya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. So as mentioned, I am from the West and Central African Research Education Network, WACREN, one of 3 regional networks in Africa that make up the AFREN construct. So I bring you greetings from each of these regional networks. For those that are not too familiar with what regional research networks are, we interconnect national research education networks within our regions and interconnect those regions into an African network, which is globally interconnected to all the world regions. So as it is, we have been trying to drive the emergence of national research education networks in Africa for a fair while. And over the last 10 years, have managed to connect 22 of the 38 national networks that are available today. There's work ongoing to make sure that the remainder of 17 countries have these research networks. Over the years, the capacity on our backbones have increased incrementally as more cables have come into the country, and we have partnered with other stakeholders on the continent. So typically now we have 10 to 20 gig backbones running across our networks. We have also, as the focus has gone from connectivity, not to say the connectivity problem has been solved, but as the focus has gone on to above the net services, we have collaborated across the continent for some fundamental education specific services. One's been identity. So some of you might be familiar with the trust and identity frameworks that exist across the continent now in the form of EduRoam and EduID. So these are frameworks that provide education identity for our research networks, allows them to collaborate with each other and with other world regions. So we have also been working with other stakeholders, Africa said, for instance, with cybersecurity. So as the research networks, we actually now run a registry called Trust Broker Africa. The idea behind that is to provide a scalable way of identifying security teams across the continent. Typically, when you have an incident, it's not from within your network, and you have to have trusted parties that you can collaborate with. And in many other ways, we have developed some new focus to meet with continental challenges. One area being the climate. So increasingly, we are providing compute facilities and interconnecting high performance computers to be able to deal with the issues that are common to many countries. Beyond that, like this forum, we meet annually. Our next meetings, we have a meeting for South and East Africa in Kampala next month. It is hosted by the Ubuntu Alliance. It is their annual meeting. If you go to our websites, you will find them. Unfortunately, I don't have any slides, but it's ubuntunet.net. It's taking place in Kampala at the end of the month. The WACREN annual meeting will take place in Abuja, Nigeria, March next year. Between that, we have several meetings, one community meetings for cybersecurity, for instance, holding in Nigeria as well. We're looking to partner with the different African stakeholders and the regional economic community in the West African region, ECOWAS. So I would encourage you to come to the different websites. The Africa Connect project, if you're familiar with that, is our flagship collaboration to interconnect research networks in Africa. And that's all online, africaconnect.net. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, Omo. This research community is extremely important for us, especially if we look into the future, as the ambassador was asking us to do. So we thank you very much for your efforts. There's one more announcement. Madam Anne Rachel Ine sent an apology. She had a sudden conflict. That's the director for ITU Africa. So we've promised her that anytime she appears, we'll give her a chance to talk to us. So just remember that. Next, we would like to ask someone, online, and we'll invite AF Registrar to say a few words, and that will be given by the lead there, Mohammed Diop. Alaji, you have the
Thank you,
floor.
Alaji. Yeah, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to see all these IF Star community members and sister organization, and also historical sponsor for all this community. And when I see Isaac and Bekele, David, what he's saying, I remember our first INET organization. All this come from somewhere. So I think it's time also to acknowledge what ISOC have been doing since the beginning of helping the African community through the internet to be set up and to have their institution, and they have support all the others, African, all the others. So coming back to our business, I think that AIS is a unique occasion to have not only people from domain name, but people from infrastructure, telcos, and people who build content, and lawyers and bankers. I mean, all the people who work around the internet have been concerned about what we're talking here in AIS. And within that framework, I think that the domain name industry, typically the business around CCTLD and GTLD have played a key role in spreading out the internet over the world. And in that scheme, the registrars have played a strong role in expanding the internet. Think about GoDaddy, think about all the others. I think that it will give you an idea what role the registrar are playing in that framework. And it was a little bit hectic, and it takes time for Africa to wake up and start having their own representation on the registrar business. And coming back on the early days, 2004, Afrinic was formed, and then we have seen other sister organization being set up. And since 2013, IF registrars have started setting up things to see ways to exist. And I think Nikwena were there on our first meeting. I was there, Genius Communication was there, just to name few of us, because even Victor Caesar was there, just to give you an idea about who are the pioneers who try to set up these registrar association. But we know that it's not about numbers because we are very few, but it's about the role we have played and we continue to play in setting a secure, a safe, and a trusty environment for domain name registrant to do the proper job. So the role of IF registrar is to build up standards and to be compliant, to make the work easier for the CCTLD and the GTLD. And to name few of us, think about internet solution, the first in South Africa. Think about also Kewel.com, Ghana.com, Afri Register in Burundi, Ghana.com in Ghana, Genius Communication in Morocco, D-Major in South Africa, Web4 Africa in Ghana, Upperlink Limited in Nigeria, DNS PTY in South Africa and Mauritius, ATI in Tunisia, IF Proxy Service in South Africa, Diametrics in South Africa, Arcan Technology in Morocco, and many other incubators and people who try to find their way to be present in the DNS business. So it's not easy because we have challenges, four major stuff. The first one is numbers. How we can have more numbers in terms of, the size of the domain name registration in our countries in Africa. It was not easy. It was not, it was a little bit complicated because one of the challenges of the registrars was to be able to operate in all the CCTLDs in Africa and also to have facilities for all GTLDs. It was not easy. We tried to work hard with the AFTLD organization to have what we call the unique registration process. This will facilitate life for registrar in Africa, not to go and knock door at any CCTLD in the 54 countries in Africa, but just have one registration through AFTLD and then being able to register domain name very easily for African within the African region. So we face three major issues. The first one is numbers. We don't have many numbers in terms of domain name registration, even if Lucky was trying to see some trend coming and some uptake coming in the domain name industry in the South, but we're still facing the few numbers of registration in the domain name system. The second one is the resiliency in terms of having our organization being resilient, being able to succeed and work. We try to participate in all the meetings we have at the regional level. The African DNS Forum, we actively participate in it. We participate also in the AIS every year. We participate in all the virtual organization and physical organization that we have of forum. And we have also very strong registrar who try to make it happen in the continent. So we just have to support them, give them round of applause, and see that there's so many things coming forward, because we need to be more registrar active in the continent. We need to have stronger registrar active in the continent, and we need to have more domain name registered in the continent. And for doing so, we need to have incubators. We need to support resellers in the continent. We need to make them adopt standard and be in compliance with all the standards that we have set up for the domain name to be safe, reliable, and trusty for the end users. So this is really the message I want to share with you. Things are coming. We need more people involved. We need more accredited registrar, ICANN accredited registrar in the continent, but we still have that number stocking around 13 or 14. And I don't think that it's enough in order to make the change that we need in our continent. Thank you very much. I just want to share this couple of ideas on update regarding what we have done so far. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for him. He's far away. He won't hear us otherwise. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, next, we would like to invite someone who is well known to the local community here. He's a very good friend of mine, and he will be speaking on .Africa. That is CEO of Registry Africa, Lucky Masilela. Please, you have the floor.
Hey, thank you, Doc. I think it's a pleasure to be part of this community, the AF Star. It has been very important for us in the journey that we have traveled in first getting this company, this entity called Registry Africa, which today is better known as .Africa. We decided not to talk more about the name of the company, Registry Africa, because it has nothing to offer out there. Whereas the name .Africa becomes something that is more relevant. It is a digital identifier and more appropriate to use. Thus, we are known as .Africa for that. In doing this, we're creating a digital identity. For us, it was this huge task of understanding that we are not just dealing with any name. We're dealing with a name that belongs to a people who are culturally solid, people who are diverse culturally, economically, and otherwise, people who are a youthful nation, people who are 1.2 billion and still growing, the fastest growing population on the world. So it's always a big task to offer any service for such a diverse nation, a diverse people or citizens. It also means putting the continent, Africa, on the spotlight, putting it out there for it to shine, to be this thing that is very beautiful at a global level and beyond. Now, I think for us today as .Africa, we can focus on the core business, and that is the business of growing the domain name. Now that we have all the things that were pulling us down are behind us, we can now, with all NS, begin to grow the .Africa domain name. And this is through a number of campaigns. This is through ensuring that we have outreach programs across the continent. This is through ensuring that we have a differential pricing strategy that will enable this growth and easy acceptance of the domain name. Now, besides the campaigns and growth, we think that one of the most important things that we had committed ourselves to was the establishment of the .Africa Foundation. That I can tell you today that the .Africa Foundation has been established. It is incorporated or registered in Mauritius, and it has a diverse board, members coming across the continent. And we are proud that the task that the board had cut itself for, or the council, were referred to as a council, is to address issues that are of a continental interest. One, issues of content, beginning to translate content in the numerous languages across the continent. You can understand this is not going to be an easy task. It's going to be a huge task, and it requires a lot of resources. But we have to commit ourselves to that. And these are some of the tasks that are given to the foundation to undertake. The next other task that we need to achieve under the foundation is an issue of growing CCTLDs across the continent. We need to make sure that across the countries and the continent, each CCTLD has its magnified growth that is possible. We need to make sure that each country can grow in terms of the domain name usage. And that is going to be one of the tasks that is supported by the foundation. Another thing that is key for the foundation is, which is to grow a domain name and spread it further. You need channel partners, you need relationships, you need a market. So this market, in our view, it's the registrars. We need to be growing the registrars who naturally are channel partners. They're able to extend and attract a market. And also they create an environment for your CCTLD to be accepted across the spectrum. And these are the things that we task the foundation to undertake or make sure that they succeed upon. Then the other one, which is even bigger, is addressing the Pan-African ICT program. So all of these initiatives, all of these programs, they require that we have sufficient resources to win on them. And this is why it becomes a clarion call to all of us that we have to have a conscious, a deliberate agenda of adopting .Africa as one of our identifiers in the list of identifiers that we have. This doesn't take away from you using your .ng or your .ke, but it complements, it adds to the beautiful names that you have across the continent. Now, the next thing that we are looking at as .Africa is we are looking with a lot of excitement, and at the same time, it's almost a paradox situation for us, the next round of GTLDs, because we have our own experiences coming from the round of the new GTLDs, whereby we were successful in attaining .Africa, which is in 2014. Now there is another round that is coming, and our experience has not yet settled for us to accept certain things the way they are. But we believe we will talk through those things. We will go through and engage effectively to ensure that the continent can participate. Now, the challenge is the next round must not marginalize the continent. We need to have a deliberate strategy that includes or that will bring some of the players from the continent. And how can we do that? I mean, now I'm pointing at ourselves that this we can do by, we are raising our hands, we're saying we are ready, to support, advise. And when I say support, it's not financial support, it's that technical support. It is that knowledge that we have gained over the years, advisory services, consulting services that we want to provide to any applicant on the continent that is eager to have a name that they want to have included in the next round of the GTLDs. Finally, one of the things that we have been doing is the Abuja Declaration, because we are a product of a number of declarations, from your OR Tambo Declaration, your Abuja Declaration, your Sharm el-Sheikh. They all defined and shaped our agenda and the things that we must be achieving upon. So we were tasked not only to apply for .Africa in the English format that we know, but to look at other variants of .Africa, .Afrique as an example, which is in French, AFQUE. How do we do that in the next round? And how do we make sure that these names in different variants are also recognized under one subset? And these are the challenges that we need to be dealing with when we talk to the new round of names coming out. On that note, I want to thank you, and thank you for listening and joining us.
Let's give him a good round. Yeah. I remember Lucky also had to struggle through some long drawn out legal challenge. So congratulations for surviving and building out Africa. We like it. Yeah, we like it. The spirit is not to give in to those who want to exploit. You should try and remain steadfast so that Africa can be truly free. Next, I want to see if AFTLD, someone from the ExCom may be willing to talk. Is Professor Sarr? Would you be willing to say a few words? Professor Sarr? Please come to the front. Oh, use them, or you can use the mic. No, come. Please come. Normally, AFTLD should be seated here, so just say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I am Idrissa Sarr, and I am part of ExCom, AFTLD ExCom, and I didn't prepare a presentation. So, as someone said yesterday, it's like an ambush. Okay, but I will briefly give you an overview of what we are doing currently. As you may know, AFTLD is the association of top-level domain name of Africa. And our main mission is to help or support other TLD to grow. And this is why what we used to do is usually done with ICANN and with other partners in Africa. What we are now trying to do is to help or to contribute to the realization of the CDA, the Coalition Digital of Africa. And for this purpose, we identify with ICANN 10 CCTLDs within Africa that we will support, we will try to accompany in order to have more resources to get training. I mean, to give them enough skills to run by their own the CCTLD they are managing. And when I said it is about supporting them, it's in terms of letting them or pushing them to get more numbers, because numbers matter. And when we look what we are in Africa, we can see that besides some countries, most of the other countries are far away behind the right way or behind the right point. So with this project CDI, we will see exactly, and we already assess their needs. So we know exactly what they want or what they have to do in terms of activities, in terms of training, and we are finalizing the agenda with ICANN to make this happen. This is one thing that we are doing. And another thing we are doing also is trying to get more data from CCTLD. Because from one group, one African speaking countries, we had some kind of observatory. And this observatory help us to know the statistic, the numbers of domain, the numbers of registrar, and so on. But we want to expand this to the whole of the continent. This is the second project on which we are working. And we think that soon we will have something that we can share with you. And after that, of course, IFTLD is taking part of most of the activities within the community or within the internet world. We were in Ghana, we were in the recently the IGF and so on, and we plan to be in Hamburg for the ICANN session. So this is maybe what I want to share, just to let you know that we are working together and we are here to support our different members, and we rely on your contribution to get our goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you do so well under an ambush, I wouldn't want to face you. Eh? Thank you very much. Well, friends, that's the ecosystem. Okay. Before we open up to receive some comments or questions, I'd like to find out whether anyone online is willing to speak about Afrinic. Anyone, meaning that Afrinic staff, any one of them or anyone here has been authorized to speak, I will be very willing to hear them. So I give 1 or 2 minutes. If not, I open the mic. If you don't raise hand, I open mic. Okay, guys, thanks very much. This is our ecosystem is evolving, and I think you can see that they are all doing quite well. And this is something good for Africa, in my opinion. So with that, anyone who wants to say anything, we have perhaps about 20 minutes or 20 minutes. If not, we'll keep on talking, but I want you to.
Yes, there is a question. There is a question online.
Oh, yeah, please start.
So there is a question online for Isaac. How is Internet Society ensuring widening access to the internet to ultimately become a basic human right? I think that is for Internet Society.
Okay, thank you. I think there are 2 aspects of this question. The first one is probably a political one, mentioning it as a human right. Until now, I don't think there is any UN or any other treaty that considers it as a human right. We are getting there, but we are not there yet. And I'm not sure that it is a human right. I think it is an important enabler for many human rights. Freedom of expression, for example, is a human right, and internet is an important enabler for human rights, but I'm not sure that we can consider it as a human right. So I think I will not say much about this because I am not an expert in it. The other aspect is maybe technical, business, so practical. So what we have seen in the last decade is that there is some kind of plateauing of access. So we have seen a lot of improvements. And, you know, especially in Africa, I remember when I joined the Internet Society, there were less than 5% of Internet access. Now there is, I don't know, depending on the, you know, on the sources, 30% or 40% of access, which is a great progress. But, you know, we need more access, especially today. Everything is going online. So anyone who is not online is really missing a lot. And we shouldn't accept that anyone is left behind. So what do we do? At the Internet Society, we believe that regular solutions don't work. We have to find new solutions for those who are not online. So, for example, we believe that there are areas that are not commercially viable. So are we going to say, well, you are not profitable, so you shouldn't be online, or should we find new solutions that work for them? And that's why we are working currently on promoting community networks that really work for some areas, as, for example, a non-for-profit ventures. So we believe that we need to find new solutions to connect more people. So that is what I suggest, and that should be, I believe, what all of us should pursue, because we want development for our country. Our country is in Africa, and this cannot happen if we leave behind 60–70% of our population. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Good morning, everybody. One of the hats that I wear is that as an ambassador of universal acceptance. What does that mean? That means that domain names themselves should have not just the standard ASCII A to Z and 0 to 9 and a hyphen in their domain names, but also be allowed to have, for example, the French word for coffee is café, where the E has an acute accent over it. Now, I can actually type that on my keyboard, so it's not difficult to do. But yes, I am limited by what I can do with the keyboard. Anyway, that means having domain names with funny characters in. So I have a question for my good friend Lucky. So regarding .Africa, before adding Africa in languages such as French, Portuguese, etc., and I'm explicitly missing out things like Arabic for now, because I don't understand Arabic. Surely you need to add IDN to .Africa first, so that some of these, the French, etc. type people, and there are more French-speaking countries than English-speaking countries in Africa, get them on board, and then surely it would be a lot easier to convince ICANN to potentially provide the other identifiers in those different languages that mean Africa. So when are we going to look at getting IDN, internationalized domain names, into .Africa?
Thank you, Mark. The timing of the IDNs that you are talking to is linked with the next round of names. We would want to explore that possibility, engaging with the stakeholders across the continent to see the readiness for countries, especially north of Africa, where the script, the Arabic script, is written different to what we know and to be included in the next round. And these are some of the explorations that we would like to do or embark upon. The other joy that we have is that the office that is dealing with this matter is no longer too far from us. We have Bob Ochieng here with us, who is part of this program that is responsible for the next round of GTLDs. And we should be able to engage with him extensively and get guidance in that regard. So I think at the same time, whilst attempting to respond to this question, I would actually even divert it to Bob and see what is Bob's take on the IDNs for North Africa and the variants, Mr. Ochieng.
So probably just to confirm that we do have a dedicated session tomorrow. My name is Bob Ochieng, and I am in charge of the program rollout for the next round. And I've been capturing some of the questions that have been coming from the floor. I would wish that we respond to them jointly tomorrow after or as part of a session that we'll be running. So we'll have a 30-minute session tomorrow dedicated to updating you on where we are in terms of the rollout of the next round, key milestones that are projected along the way, and to respond to some of the specifics that I've been hearing from various speakers on the floor. So if you don't mind, please, I invite you for that session tomorrow.
Thank you very much. To add to what my colleague Bob said, we have just 30 minutes tomorrow. So it will be good that we approach Bob here today so that he will try to give us the maximum from tomorrow's session. So if you have some questions in advance, I suggest we approach him, we discuss with him so that he is in position to adjust what he wants to share tomorrow. We take advantage of the 30 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Yes, I see someone in the queue.
Okay, yes. My name is Alain Ayinam, speaking for myself. So I have to come down here to speak for myself because over there I'm playing the secretariat for AIS Star. Okay, so I want to ask, because yesterday we hear an event and today the ambassadors about talking about having a meaningful internet access and also helping the disabled. So my question is going to go for all the panelists, Isaac, the RAN, and etc. How are we, because we are still fighting for internet right, access, but now people say we need a meaningful internet access. So what do we mean by meaningful internet access? Okay, and how can we help the disabled? Because if we are saying that we don't want to leave anybody behind. So thank you.
Okay, I wonder who would like to respond. It's open. Yeah, Omo.
So on the topic of the disabled, I assume that means inclusivity. So it's about including everybody. So I can tell you from the perspective of the research networks, some of what we've observed, which ISOC is working on, is the community networks and the extent to which they currently reach. So within the research networks, we have been discussing ways in which we could leverage national research networks to extend what we have to the communities. I thought this was a good opportunity to bring that up. So when we're talking about inclusivity, there's still a large part of Africa that is not connected. That is also quite often not viable for the big telecom operators. So and we think as research networks that it is very possible to improve the viability of these regions by extending national research networks with community networks. So I know ISOC has already started to think along those lines. I think it's something that we need to consider a little bit more. Another area that is important in sort of improving inclusivity is the policy arena. Now, in the last UN meeting, there was this conversation about digital policy sandboxes. I think that's something that we need to consider a little bit more in Africa. It's a learning game. So people, even the regulators have to learn how to sort of promote the internet. Now, quite often they do that from a very narrow perspective because it's the big telecom operators that drive that agenda. So that conversation is not even inclusive enough. And if it is not inclusive enough, then the opportunities for these other sort of underserved areas never really come up. And then if it's also concluded before we experiment, then the opportunity to include these different perspectives never really comes up. So that notion of digital regulation sandboxes, I think, is one we need to discuss as AF Star.
Thank you. Yes, Yavi.
Thank you, Prof. What I would like to add also when we mention meaningful access is to allow people to have access to the internet using their own keyboard, their own scripts, as what our UA ambassador Mark Ekins just mentioned, because in some countries in Africa, our language literacy, we are trying in some countries to have people be literate in our local languages. But I'm sure maybe in 100 years, we can achieve maybe 50% in some countries. But today, what we can do is to be prepared even for more years ahead. So it's not a question of having the content in this script or language. So we have a session tomorrow where we'll make an update about the internationalized domain names. So we have to work in our communities, because when we talk about internet, is everyone. Language specialists, I can give you the case of Ethiopia, for example, where the community in Ethiopia was able to be together to define the script character, the code that can be used in their languages. So it's an appeal, but tomorrow during our session again, update at Ghana, but we'll be able to talk about this. And then when the question was about South Africa, for example, even today, we are all fine to use the ASCII characters for Africa, for example. We are fine with that, even French-speaking Arabic. It's time to be prepared. And then I think we'll be talking about all this tomorrow. So meaningful, being able to access the internet, not the content, just the content, but like the domain name, using our own script and characters. Thank you.
Yeah. Let him, please.
Before Alaji, there is a comment in the chat room from Flora. We have the South Africa, and from what I heard, they are working on Point Afrique. Why it seems that French countries are late. So they have a question mark, but so why it seems that French countries are late.
It will also, I hope, answer tomorrow. When the first round or the round that we applied for in South Africa, it only included South Africa in the Latin script, AFRICA. It did not include South Afrique with the QUE, the French version or variant. So it is not being late. It is just that in the list of the names that were made available for application for, South Afrique was not included. And this is why we're saying it has to be included in this round coming. And that would be the other determining factor from the panel that will be building the list of names to be applied for, the process of including names, what is entailed in that. And once we get the clear process of inclusion of names, including those IDNs, then we are definitely going to be taking that route. Thank you.
Any more?
Mohamed.
Yeah.
Mohamed, go ahead.
Thank you, Alan. I think that the question that have been raised regarding the universal acceptance is not new. And I don't want that to be oriented in a way that we forget the main objective or the main target of the discussion that we're having here. Go back in 2000, I can have created the Presidential Committee on IDN, but this was just one part of the iceberg, because IDN is one thing. But before you talk IDN, talk about languages, computerized languages in the Unicode system. And if you look at the last UNESCO survey or census regarding languages, we talk about 6,800 languages worldwide. If you go to Unicode Consortium database that record all the languages You remember Ni, Pierre D'Angino, Piero, our generals who are involved in all fights. May God bless his soul. So we're all involved in trying to make the Unicode in Africa become a reality. But nowadays, today, look at the Unicode version, 15.0. Only 10 languages, 10 scripts have been added for Africa, 10 scripts for the whole continent. So it means what? It means that we're forgetting the major stuff and we're trying to go to the corridors. The main stuff is that our languages are not in the database. The case is in Senegal, it applied to all the countries. And if you forget to start with the baseline and try to build floors upon, we're losing something. So we cannot talk ID and only names without talking about the language itself, the script itself. And it was a huge thing. I remember we fight for this 25 years ago. So what I'm saying here, AIS is a unique environment where we can talk major priority for our continent. And I think that we have lost a lot of things. Focusing only on names and numbers can make us forget some of the critical stuff that if we don't challenge them, will not be able to make it. Look at all the registrars. We are registering domain name, but only in ASCII. Very few are registering domain name in other languages in Africa. And we know that the need is there. So because we did not make yet, we were not successful in making the domain name being adopted by our local community because we did not work hard in order to make first our languages being part of that computerization of our culture and making people being friendly interface and getting things done. We succeed partially on the mobile environment, but not at all when we talk about languages. And I think that this is a very critical part. I don't think that thinking just about universal acceptance of domain name is a critical part, but how we can make our community adopt the computer, the environment, the internet as their own, but not asking them to change and talk English or talk French. And responding to the question of Alan Einer, why the French community are so weak or late? Because mainly there's a problem of languages as well, and a cultural problem related to the history of our colonization and waiting for people to support us and to help us rather than doing the job ourselves. This is a cultural approach. We need to break it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think I'm running out of
time, but there's one question.
Oh, go ahead.
But this is a question: how energy security off and on grid consider in the internet access discourse as it provides the basic ability to do work? How are we ensuring internet costs reasonable to assist rural engineers community where food security prevail? So anyone would like to take? I think
this is I think we are begging David.
Begging David to try something.
I'm not sure I understand, but I will try to answer with your previous question. I think when I think of internet access, I always think of what Nelson Mandela said, and I think you know that, most of you know it. He said, when we climbed a hill, I realized that we have many more hills to climb. And I remember in the 1990s, when some of you came to the UNECA and we had presentations by Mike Jensen about countries that were connected and that were not in red, etc. We thought that when everything is in green connected, then that's over. But we realized that that's not over. We wanted more bandwidth. They were connected with 250K, and that was not enough. So when we had more bandwidth, we thought that it was over. But we realized that, oh, there might be more bandwidth, but it's only cities. We need to connect everyone. So we think that we have more problems to solve because we have failed. But I think it's because we succeeded. It's because we have been able to achieve much more than we thought was even possible, that we have more problems to solve. And I think that is a good thing. And we have to be ready to solve those problems, and there are many of them, and I think we are many of them. There are many young people who are joining the community, and there are more institutions. For example, the African Union has a digital transformation strategy, and we all have to support it so that people we even didn't think need to access internet, like people with disabilities, really have access. And I think it is doable. The technology is here. We have so many tools that are available today that are not available today, that were not available. So I think we should think of those challenges as opportunities. Jobs, for example, cybersecurity, we often see it as a problem, but it is a job for many people, and those jobs should come to Africa. I think we should work on empowering Africans so that they don't see these as problems, but they become part of the solution and benefit from those solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very positive. But I know you're Oliver Twist. You're never satisfied. Me, I started on 9.6 to connect Ghana. Now I don't even know what they have. And they are still not satisfied, including myself. Anyway, I like to get my panelists to make brief closing remarks so that if they want to respond to some other questions, they are free to. Can I start with you, Lucky, and come this way and then go online?
Thank you, Prof. Again, I think for us, the challenge remains. Which identifier should be accepted? And in the equation of IDNs, how far should we go as a continent in considering the best way of making sure that the continent is connected? And a question must be asked, are we certain that we need more than the North Africa that we have? And we're looking at other variants beyond that and other IDNs. But if that is one of the things that the continent feels can be accommodated, so be it, and it can be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. It's I'm going to have to comment on a bit of what he said, because I come from a region that's predominantly French speaking, so I suppose I can say this, but I don't see the point of having the North African domain as .Afrique. Now, I can understand the argument for African languages, but I don't understand why we would pursue another foreign, what is actually a foreign to African language in a domain that is supposed to represent our identity. So, but beyond that, I look forward to the opportunity, continued opportunity of working with the other AF staff. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Yalvi.
Thank you very much. I just know that we need to have more discussions about the ADN. For information, Africa, Afrique, they are all part for the as ASCII, currently ASCII. So we need to contribute. There is a lot to discuss internally in Africa. So we have generation panels for ASCII, for Latin scripts. We have generation panel for Arabic scripts. So feel free to go back to the discussion on these various group lists and contribute to them. And we hope to see you again tomorrow in our various session during the Africa Internet Summit. Thank you.
Madam Nancy.
Okay, the AFSTA institution that we have is what we have currently. So I encourage everybody to get involved in the AFSTA in order to develop a better internet ecosystem for Africa. Thank you.
I concur with Nancy. The AFSTA organizations are very important. They have brought Africa, the internet in Africa where it is today. They might have challenges, but I encourage the younger community to be more involved so that they can build the AFSTA of the future. It is important because, in fact, the internet is much more important than it was 20 years ago for the development of Africa. So I think we should all, work together to have an internet that works for us. Thank you.
Yeah, Jean Robert.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, I would like to support also what Nancy and David just said. I would also like to add something that amazes me every day when we organize cyber drills and capture the flag event is the skills that is hidden in Africa in the young generation. And I think that we should, as much as possible, make all the effort to have those skills seen and give them the opportunity to show the world what they know and what they do. I often heard, often and often, that Africa doesn't have talent, and that's not true. There are a lot of young people that are hidden and that are just waiting for the opportunity to get into the task and show what they know and what they can do. Thank you.
Alaji.
Thank you, Doc. I think that I have a few words to say about this AIS because it was an IF Star update. I think that our challenge is to be able to draft because AIS is the only occasion where we have all IF Star together working here and giving what's going to be the baseline of a future and fruitful collaboration for our community. I think that if we end up by having what can be so-called the African Constitution for the Internet institution in Africa, I think that it will be a great achievement because we help United Nations through the WSIS to set up something that was unique. And after the WSIS 2007, 2000 and 2005, we create all the updates that have come through the ICANN acceptance at the international level and so forth. So I think that we can make it. What we have achieved at the global level, we can make it at an African level. And I think that if we work hard in setting a roadmap on a brief description of what's going to be our priority, common priority to all IF-STAR organizations to be more powerful, more successful, and more useful to our community, I think that we'll be able to achieve something through the AIS Forum. Thank you.
I guess we've come to the end, and I'm sorry for keeping you longer than I promised. I can say that you've seen the ecosystem, and you can see that they are trying to cooperate, and they all share a common vision of internet in Africa. And you notice they try to support each other, and therefore it appears we can conclude that any damage to any one of them affects all the others, and they all respond. And I hope with that, we get a message that we take with us. I'd like to thank the speakers and for sharing their thoughts and very deep. And at the same time, I also like to thank the audience for sharing some more and also for engaging with us overall. So with that, the session comes to a close, and let's give ourselves a round of applause. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Let's give them another resounding applause, please. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I think it's time to go for our lunch break. And we will come back at 2 o'clock. Punctuality. I think I had to organize a prize for the first person who will come back from lunch at 11:45. Sorry, 1:45. The prize, when you get, yeah, you get it. Welcome back. Please, let's sit down and we start. Before I invite the moderator, I would like to inform you that we found a mobile phone. And if someone has misplaced his mobile phone, the person should get in touch with me for a notification and then taking the phone. The next panel is about the resilience of AFSTAR institutions from diagnosis to solutions. This will be moderated by Professor Nikweno. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Resounding round of applause.
Thank you again and good afternoon. I hope you had a good lunch. We have an interesting panel waiting for you. I just want to do a quick roll call and make sure my panelists are around. Is Jean-Robert online? Can we?
Yes, Prof, I am online.
Thank you. Is Madam Fiona Asonga? Please come and join me. Please, let's clap for her to encourage her. Yeah, let's do that. And Mohamed Diop, AF Registrar. Are you online? Okay. All right, we are short one, but we'll manage.
Yes, I am online. Yeah.
Alajike, thank you.
Okay.
I guess, Secretary, are we ready to start? Okay. I'd like to thank you so much for joining the session on the AF Star Day. And for the panelists, thanks for coming to share your views with us. The topic is resilience of AF Star institutions from diagnostics to solutions. And you've seen my panel. The session is for 60 minutes. And what we'd like to do is to engage with the community as much as possible. So we reserve 20 minutes for that. So what we will do is each panelist gets to make 5 minutes opening remarks on the matter of resilience. Some important thoughts that go through our mind are trustworthiness, robustness, fault tolerance of our institutions. And so after we hear our panelists, we will receive questions from the audience for about 20 minutes. And then the panelists will take another 5 minutes each to respond to comments and make their closing remarks. So notice that it's 2 steps just to make sure that we can hear sufficiently from the community. So that's the plan. So panelists will make some comments, we'll hear from the community, and panelists will make another round of comments. That's how we want to do it. So now to the introduction of the topic. As part of the adoption of internet, many institutions inside and outside the AF Star ecosystem have been created. You see ISOC chapters, local IGFs, lots of NOGs and PIFs and IXs, Afrinic, normal resources, AFTLD for our names, CC names, Africa Set response teams, cybersecurity related, our research and education networks, and so forth. Some of them faded away. An example was AFRISPA, but few remain active with more or less good governance. So one of the key institutions of the ecosystem, Afrinic, has been going through some legal litigations, which have affected its governance, performability, even though core functions continue to operate well and successfully. This situation brought up once again the issues of resilience of our institutions. How do these institutions evolve? What's the role and responsibilities of the actors? Which safeguards shall we be considering to have in place? In case of disputes, which dispute resolution mechanisms are we supposed to be considering? And here are some thought-provoking questions that we would like you to be seeding in your mind as we prepare. What are the main causes of this weak resilience of our institutions? Were these things that we could have foreseen? Meaning, were they pre-visible? Is the loose and self-regulation system appropriate for our challenged and constrained community? Which lessons shall we derive from the situation we have seen with Afrinic as an example? We also want to seed in your mind, how do we address whatever identified issues we have, and how shall we set ourselves up for the future of our institutions, which legacies, and so forth. So we'll do it, the discussion with our panelists leading. We'll follow the following lineup. We're so glad Madam Fiona is here, so we'll start with her. And then thereafter, we'll ask Mohamed Diop to follow, and then Jean Robert, and then we'll close in the reverse order. So remember, we'll hear our panelists, then we'll hear the community, and then we'll go back to the panelists to close. If there's more time, we will continue similarly. So with this introduction, I'd like to welcome Madam Fiona Asonga to make her initial comments. Madam, you have the floor. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hey guys, you've eaten lunch. Good afternoon. We're here to have a discussion, and we can't have a discussion when some people are sleeping. We need your total attention and participation. Thank you so much, Professor Nee, for the opportunity to be able to address this very critical area of our ecosystem. And my opening remarks, I'm going to ask with a lot of patience to the community that I be as candid as I can, because we have a saying in our culture, when you have a boil and it is ripe and has to be cleaned up, it's no longer a secret, It has to be dealt with. So I figure that we are in that kind of a situation right now, and we have to clean up. Why am I saying that? I say that because we are sitting down today to assess our ability to withstand difficulty within our institutions. I have been part of a FRISPA towards the end of our FRISPA. And it breaks my heart when I think of what happened to our FRISPA, and then I look at what is going on in Afrinic. But what are the things that are common across our ecosystem that are triggering this kind of reaction to our FSTAs, because we need to protect these institutions. They play a valuable role within our space. And I can tell you for free, in the absence of a FRISPA, we have felt, those of us who benefited from it have felt the absence of the institution. So why is the institution, where we are at now in terms of our institution? What are the things that we need to look at? Have we been able to develop the resilience that is required? I'll say no. We have not. Why not? Because we ourselves have been our own problem. When I say that, what do I mean? And I'm saying we, me being part of it, I'm not pointing a finger. We are part of the problem. Why are we part of the problem? Because instinctively, we have not taken time to address issues of transparency and accountability in the proper manner. And because of that lack of transparency and accountability, we have even gone ahead And some of us have purported to use names of others, speaking on behalf of, instead of speaking for yourself as a part of the community, as a member of AFRINIC, as a community member, we have spoken on behalf of, and I tend to think because of the results we have now, a lot of that on behalf of speaking was not what the actual entity might have intended. So we purported to represent and ended up misrepresenting. As a result of the misrepresentation, which for us, we were trusting, we trusted each other. We broke the trust. When you broke the trust, it became very difficult for us to come together to be able to quickly address issues as they were coming up. We have been on this journey. I'll talk of the AFRINIC issue for like now a couple of years. Why couldn't we resolve it in the first year? Because we were still fighting each other. We forgot to address what is the goal? What do we want to achieve? We want to be able to keep a legacy for future generations of this continent. We cannot do that when I'm busy trying to strangle my father here. You know, we need to get to a point where we are mature about how we address issues. And you'll allow me to also just throw in something. I think our tech space has got the most emotional men in society. You guys carry your emotions in your words. You want to fight. The emails are so aggressive, so inappropriate, that even those who want to comment and give good input cannot participate in the discussions. We need to have decorum in how we communicate and etiquette in how we respond to each other. If you have nothing of value to say, it would help for you to shut your mouth and keep quiet if you're not building somebody. Why? Because that's the only way we are going to cultivate the discipline of allowing even for transparency to happen. When there is always attack, 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 people who have the truth will keep quiet with it. Why? Because if I say the truth, I'll be bashed. So we created a hostile environment. When we created the hostile environment, it becomes difficult for us to move forward, to account for anything, to be transparent, to work as a unit, to address the issues that are pertinent that need to be addressed. And when we are in that state, it's very difficult to solve an issue and to bounce back. We cannot even solve the problem we have because who's going to speak up? When you speak up, you're ostracized. You are considered, something is wrong with you. Why are you saying that? You cannot say that because of 1, 2, 3. But we need to be able to remember that every opinion matters. And because every opinion matters, those opinions that you do not like, you handle them with respect. You may think Professor Nee is old school, outdated. Look at him, he's gray and old. But he might have something very important to add to the conversation. Hear him out. I may be young, and for some people, make it worse, I'm a woman. In some cultures in Africa, women don't even talk. Women are not even recognized. We don't even have a word for a woman in those communities. So you can imagine I'm giving a view, and in your community, you don't even recognize a woman. You call her a child. What is this child saying? It doesn't matter how old the woman is, she's referred to as a child. We have brought our silent cultural views and issues into our conversations without realizing it. And because of that, when you take all the cultures on this continent, in African countries, I think there is no country in this continent that has only one tribe. We have up to 142 tribes in some countries. Now look at the culture of those tribes all coming to melt in our mailing lists, in our discussions, in our meetings. Where do we draw the line? We need to be able to honestly look at ourselves and know where we draw the line in this melting pot. Because Where we are at right now, there is still hope. And I think that we need to be able to begin to have a reconciliatory tone in the way we engage. Let us create an environment where people can speak the truth and not be victimized, where we can get the facts and deal with the facts without victimizing the sources, and be able to address the issues that we are now facing head on, because that's the only way we'll address issues head on. And for me, I think I'll leave it at that, because those are things I want us to think about as we have the rest of the conversation. I have other more detailed responses for some of the questions you raised, Professor Nee, but I'll hold them for now. Thank you.
Let's clap for him. I will not comment as usual. I will not comment as usual, but let me tell you a story I recently watched on one of the social media platforms. It showed some deers or similar animals busy fighting, and they wouldn't even look around. And then suddenly a lion shows up and one of them was gone. So your story tells a bit of that caution, and we thank you very much for that. So yes, it is. Thank you. Next, I'd like to ask Mohamed Diop to also weigh in. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Alaji. Do you hear me very well? I'm worrying a little bit because the IT is not working perfectly. So I just want to be sure that you hear me very well.
We can hear you very well.
Oh, thank you. So I think I'm hesitating to do my contribution in French, but I know that Alain gonna say me no. But I want to test if the translation is going well, and to have Fiona took her headset in order to listen to me. But let me do the exercise in English. I'm trying to do what I can on my best.
In French, it's okay.
I think
in French.
what Fiona has.
It's in translation.
Okay. Alaji don't need it because he's bilingual. He speaks French and English fluently.
For one, eh?
Okay, so let me take my 5 minutes. Okay, I'm going to switch in French and allow everybody to follow what I'm saying. Ce que Fiona vient de décrire, en fait, est une situation qu'on appelle un diagnostic de l'environnement. Je pense que la question qui nous interpelle aujourd'hui, une question. Docteur Ni, beaucoup d'institutions africaines qui se sont créées, certaines ont disparu, d'autres continuent à vivre. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Pourquoi certaines entreprises ont disparu, certaines institutions? Je pense qu'il faut revenir à l'origine de ces initiatives. Vous savez, à la question de savoir qu'est-ce qui vous a mandaté pour mettre en place ces institutions? Est-ce que vous avez été légitime à mettre en place ces institutions? Qu'est-ce que vous avez fait pour prévenir le risque de faillite, le risque de dislocation et le risque d'extinction de ces institutions? Je pense que c'est des questions légitimes que n'importe qui peut poser à la communauté AIS. À la première, il m'est très facile de répondre.
Are you alive?
Décidé de mettre en place une institution pour discuter des questions Internet. Quand on a décidé de créer Afrinic parce qu'on ne nous donnait pas des blocs quand les ISP et les opérateurs de télécom en avaient besoin. Personne ne nous avait mandaté pour mettre en place cette institution. Nous avons réagi en tant que des Africains, panafricanistes, venant de tous les pays africains. Et nous avons pris sur nous, ensemble, ce que nous avons appelé un modèle qui a été répliqué un peu partout. Donc je pense que la question de la légitimité ne se pose pas parce que nous sommes tous des volontaires au service de l'Afrique. C'est ce qui a amené à la création de AFTLD, c'est ce qui a amené à la création de AF Registrar, c'est ce qui a créé AFREN et toutes les institutions que nous avons actuellement qui constituent la panoplie des AF Star. Donc, vous avez joué votre partition, vous avez créé. On a essayé après de gérer ce qu'on appelle une transition institutionnelle. Une fois qu'une institution est mise en place, comment on fait pour la pérenniser? Et c'est à cette question que je pense que nous n'avons pas suffisamment travaillé. À cette question, on avait un début de solution. Prenez l'exemple de Afrinic. Quand on a démarré, certains pays se sont joints à cette initiative communautaire et ont joué le rôle. L'Afrique du Sud, les États comme l'Égypte, le Ghana, le Sénégal, tous ces pays se sont joints à l'initiative et ont proposé qu'il y ait des centres de formation francophones au Sénégal, anglophones au Ghana, arabophones en Égypte et que le siège soit en Afrique du Sud ou en île Maurice. Donc, je pense que dans ce scénario d'institutionnalisation de nos institutions africaines pour l'Internet, c'est là où on n'a pas réussi à aller jusqu'au bout de la dynamique. Nous avons réussi à les créer, mais nous n'avons pas réussi à les protéger contre les risques de faillite, les risques d'attaque et tout ce qui s'ensuit. Et c'est face à ce constat que nous avons réfléchi. Et ce qui est en fait une force à la base, s'est retrouvé être une faiblesse au niveau de ces institutions. La force, c'est cet engagement communautaire, individuel. La faiblesse, c'est que nous n'avons pas réussi à embarquer les juristes, les financiers, les juristes pour nous protéger contre les problèmes. Parce qu'une institution, c'est comme une personne, elle a besoin de se protéger quand on l'attaque, ce qui est le cas pour Afrinic, pour d'autres. Qui nous a protégés? Personne. Quand on a voulu faire tomber ces institutions, quels étaient les juristes maison communautaires qui se sont joints dans cette bataille? On n'en a pas eu. Quand il a fallu faire ce qu'on appelle de la levée de fonds pour avoir des ressources suffisantes pour couvrir nos institutions, qui nous a backupé? Personne. Et donc, les deux leviers qui doivent permettre à une institution de pouvoir rester et de pouvoir vivre à travers la partie légale, donc juridique, et la partie financière en tant que fundraising, nous n'avons pas réussi à déclencher ces deux leviers qui étaient indispensables à la survie de nos institutions. Et donc, la question que nous nous sommes posée en tant que partenaires, en tant que personnes impliquées, c'est est-ce que c'est trop tard de réfléchir à un scénario qui permette à nos institutions d'avoir la couverture juridique, d'avoir le statut qu'il faut pour que la structure soit résiliente et d'avoir la couverture et le positionnement qui lui permettent d'être à l'abri des besoins financiers. Et je pense que sur ces deux questions, nous n'avons pas réellement su mettre toutes les cartes de notre côté. Fiona a posé sur la table la question de la transparence et de accountability, donc la redevabilité. Je pense que la question du leadership et du management ne s'est pas posée au départ pour ces structures. Mais la question de la résilience, la question du statut de nos institutions pose problème. Aujourd'hui, toutes les institutions qu'on peut citer qui aujourd'hui forment ce qu'on appelle les AIS stars ont tous un problème de statut à long terme parce que les porteurs de projets, s'ils disparaissent, il y a un risque de disparition de ces projets. Et je pense que si nous voulons bâtir des institutions africaines qui soient protégées, la première chose, c'est de faire une décorrélation entre ceux qui ont créé ces institutions et leur statut de manière à les pérenniser. Et à cet exercice, nous n'avons pas réussi à nous départir de ceux qui ont créé ces institutions. Et ça, autant c'est une force, autant c'est une faiblesse sur le long terme, parce que les hommes disparaissent et les institutions doivent demeurer. Donc, je pense que nous avons essayé d'avoir un document de travail qui nous permet d'avoir ce qu'on appelle une guidance, en fait, un roadmap, une feuille de route pour essayer de dire quelles sont les actions prioritaires minimales sur lesquelles nous, Africains, aussi bien techniciens, initiateurs de ces initiatives, et également institutions épris de panafricanisme qui doivent s'accorder sur quelles sont les actions critiques que nous devons mettre pour pouvoir s'en sortir. Allons-nous créer une infrastructure pour la synergie et que l'AIS Star soit sous la couverture d'une macrostructure qui soit protégée, ou allons-nous continuer à laisser les AIS Star continuer chacune de sa vie au point d'être exposée et de courir le risque de disparaître sans avoir le soutien des autres structures de l'écosystème. Donc voilà un peu la problématique qui s'est posée à nous en tant qu'acteurs. Nous devons rendre un hommage vibrant à toutes ces initiatives. C'est plus de 30 ans de sacrifice pour certains, plus de 20 ans de sacrifice pour d'autres. Qu'est-ce qu'on doit faire pour pérenniser et protéger les structures qui ont été créées? Et comment on peut faire en sorte de mutualiser nos ressources qui ne sont pas nombreuses, qui sont maigres, pour être capable de faire des actions qui ont un impact réel au niveau de la communauté et qu'on puisse mutualiser nos ressources. Donc voilà les questions que je pose sur la table et à la réflexion de savoir est-ce qu'un statut peut être donné, est-ce qu'un accord de siège peut être accordé à l'Afrique? Est-ce qu'un accord de siège peut être accordé à AFNOC? Est-ce qu'un accord de siège peut être accordé à AF Registrar? Est-ce qu'un accord de siège peut être africain à AFREN? Ou est-ce que chacun devra faire cet exercice individuellement? Ou est-ce qu'on pourra arriver à avoir un AF Star qui bénéficie d'un accord de siège dans l'un de nos 54 États en Afrique et pouvoir être protégé contre les attaques comme celles que l'Afrique a subies? Aucune de nos institutions AF Star ne peut survivre à l'attaque que l'Afrique a eue et qui est en train de mettre cette institution à genoux. Donc voilà, de manière très froide, poser sur la table les questions qui nous permettent de pouvoir s'attaquer au-delà du diagnostic. Parce que faire un diagnostic, c'est simple. Mais quelles sont les solutions qui s'offrent à nous? Elles ne sont pas nombreuses. Et il faut qu'on se mette d'accord qu'il y a des priorités. Et quand on dit priorité, il va falloir sacrifier un certain nombre de choses. Mais la question de la survie et de la pérennité de nos institutions est la priorité numéro 1 en termes de questionnement à toute la communauté AIS. Je vous remercie parce que c'est ouvrir le débat, poser les jalons de la discussion et appeler autour de la table les ressources dont on aura besoin pour traiter les questions diplomatiques, les questions juridiques et les questions de survie de nos institutions africaines. Je vous remercie.
Let's give him a round of applause. Notice that the concepts are quite complementary. One focus on our problems that cause the situation. One says, in addition, we should address the risks and also protect the institutions. So we're making progress. This is very good. Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to invite Jean-Robert Hontume to also give his initial comments.
Thank you very much, Professor Nikweno, for the opportunity to say a few comments at this time when a critical service organization in the African Union Digital Transformation Strategy and Nation Cybersecurity is under threat. And I think that you all agree with me that we cannot mitigate a critical service provider that human life depend on, because that is what Afrinic is for us in the community, in the ecosystem, like a mere business. Previous speakers have said a couple of things, and also we've heard a couple of comments from the discussions that happened yesterday. From that, I would like to draw a few things without repeating all that was already said. One of the things that comes in my mind is the need to establish mechanisms for challenge in adversity time that involve the founding fathers, the pioneers, but also strategic community members in remedy misalignment that have arisen. Fiona mentioned a few of them. Another things that comes also in my mind, and also from hearing from you, Prof, yesterday, is that in the initial plans, there were check and balance. Alain also talked about a few things this morning. I think that there is still need to have those check and balance that were in the initial plan fully implemented. But to complement the discussion, I would like to draw our attention to 3 areas. Mohamed also talked about a few of them. So I would like to look at the leaderships of our organization, the stakeholders, how we form partnership, and our risk management strategy that enable us to be change ready and to find opportunities in terms of adversity. So talking about the leadership, visionary people build community, working together, resolving challenges, trusting one another with clear communication and no hiding agenda. We must ensure that our leadership act with control and foresight while putting in place what Mohamed briefly mentioned, legal and organizational frameworks that enable lawful resiliency and change implementation at time of challenge. That cannot happen without the founding fathers, the founders, but also key community members. And I think Mohamed even talked about this morning, calling back the retired into action to help work together with the community to find remedies that are congruent with the organization purpose and value. Frequent risk assessment is indeed needed, but we need to also include in our reflection, and I think that has been missing. Again, Mohamed pointed out financial stuff, legal stuff also. We need to include in our horizon scanning some identification of risk that may have arisen while promoting a transparency culture that allow all of us to be able to talk together and implement the lessons learned. The second point that I want to raise also very quickly is about partnership and networking, what I will call balancing goals and aspiration of various stakeholders. Again, here comes the ability to engage in transparency principle, to leverage the community interconnectedness and lean on each other's strength. That will allow us to open up discussion that breaks silos, but also to build clear outline stakeholder plan that lean on strength and network of each stakeholders that are participating in the community, and also enable us to develop options for key critical resources. And the third things that I would like to touch on very quickly in terms of risk management and change readiness are two things. The unity of purpose, what I call the unity of purpose, and the ability to be proactive. So again, comes the need to establish a culture around the organization that are partnering to find constructing approach that are anchored in the foundation principle. The second point is to build a multi-stakeholder role plan with risk identification and management around two things: the ability to identify critical resources, the interdependencies and the consequences of business disruption, and develop contingency plan. And in addition, being inclusive in conducting the implementation scenarios that we may have found, and also putting in place together, leaning on each other, a resource mobilization plan that will allow us to learn from previous experience, from the diagnostic, and that will also engage not only the stakeholders that are involved, and today we are very lucky to have now government having more and more interest in the AIS, but also being able to respond to those various stakeholders that are engaging expectation and attitude. So I would like to stop there. And then I have more things that I will be able to add on depending on the question and comment that are coming from the community. Thank you.
Very much. Let's give him a round of applause. As you notice, he's also added the human component to our equation. And so we factor that in as well. I'm going to now open, maybe not for 20 minutes because we're running out of time, but I'll open up for comments and questions. But please, this time, don't look back at the problems. Anything you raise, you should be telling me about the solutions. I'll be very happy if you can do that. So the mic should be open. Yes? Okay, then bring him in. Yeah, let him come in. Yeah, to say a few words. Yeah.
So Pierre, please.
Hello.
Wait, Pierre, we can hear you.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just waiting in the boarding room here. I have only 5 minutes, and wanted to really to thank our colleagues. I think now we know almost what is our issue. We should now concentrate on the solutions, as Dr. Ni was saying. One of the things I believe is that after this AIS, we might need to put in place a working group that is cross, generational, because I see also that is an issue of, different generations. There were generations that were keen on, volunteering, understood the vision, they've had a vision, a strategy. but we need to hear from other sources. The leaders have done what they could have done. It was the mission, I would say. It seems that we are now getting into a mission, maybe another type of mission. So I would say let's put in place a working group. We kind of say multi-stakeholder, but not just about the IT professionals, that we make sure that we broaden the scope and be talking with those who are not really in that field, but can really assess. Because of hearing Mohammed and the rest, we see that, okay, lawyers were quite necessary for us. But in fact, institutional building is not so simple. So if you could have this sort of group to work out, concrete solutions, and that will also help us evolve. Yeah, thanks. That's what I wanted to share. And so sorry, I have to kind of leave quickly to get Cotonou for personal or family matters. And thank you.
Thank you very much. In spite of the family problems, you continue to sacrifice, even on the road you are talking to us. We really appreciate that. So thank you. I think the floor is open. I'd like to hear comments from others. Mike, please just give us a comment.
Thank you so much, and welcome all to South Africa. It's a pleasure having you here. I'm not sure what else to add, because I think Fiona's analysis was spot on. I think the impassioned pleas that have come from several other colleagues is spot on. I think part of our problem is that we have not admitted that AFRINIC is an iterative organization, and we should have iterated sooner rather than later, instead of waiting. And we should have been fixing as we go along instead of waiting for collapse. But all I can hope is that people want to work together, because it's obviously in the interests of some organizations and some commercial interests to break AFRINIC down. We know who they are, but unfortunately, we didn't do enough as a community to protect this organization because of our own infightings, because of our own weaknesses, because of our own petty politics. We've allowed the organization to be brittle enough that it's capable of being destroyed in this manner.
Thank you. Well, I would like to add something to what the one who talk about human aspects. When creating an institution, at the beginning, everything is perfect because they were needed. When running it, you definitely encounter problems. That's why we are here now for evaluation and take it to resilience level. In this community, what I've noticed is we have two kind of individuals. One group, the good ones, may God take care of them. But the second one, we know that this is not good, but we'll still do it. We embark on deceptive and destructive agenda. So these kind of people, what should we do to them? How should we handle them? Because if we were sincere with ourselves, this institution we have, we can still run them and we not run into problems. So I believe that we need to look at the human aspects. Thank you.
Okay. Your solution is address the human issue. Yes, can I hear some more? Please help me. Okay. Please go ahead. En français.
OK. À travers les interventions des uns et des autres, surtout des panélistes, nous avons compris qu'actuellement, il y a une prise de conscience en ce qui concerne les différents problèmes que nos institutions vont rencontrer ou qui rencontrent déjà. Il y a déjà une prise de conscience qui est là. c'est déjà une bonne chose déjà. Maintenant, en termes de solutions, je pense que tous ici, nous sommes unanimes que l'Afrique seule, par exemple, ne pourra pas s'en sortir. Il faut une conjugaison d'efforts. Et en termes de propositions, moi, je souhaiterais que peut-être qu'on fasse une implication côté étatique même, puisque c'est une institution africaine, côté étatique, que chaque État prenne à bras le corps ce problème. Pourquoi même pas ne pas aller jusqu'à l'Union africaine pour demander en fait une intervention de cette institution? Parce que cette institution n'est pas là uniquement pour les aspects politiques seulement. Elle peut intervenir dans les aspects de gouvernance, Internet et autres. Elle a ce volet-là aussi. Donc, je pense que tous ensemble, il faut qu'on conjugue nos efforts parce que actuellement, il existe d'autres institutions. Dans le cas d'Afrique, nous n'avons pas pris conscience, c'est maintenant que nous voyons l'importance de l'institution pour nous. Donc, il n'est pas tard, peut-être pour les autres institutions, c'est de prendre des mesures, quitte à les protéger, comme l'a dit en fait le panéliste Diop. Merci beaucoup.
Okay. Thank you, but please, before you go, can you tell us your name and affiliation so we...
Mon nom c'est Somé Pengene du Burkina Faso.
Thank you very much. Oh, you've come from a long way, yeah. He's my neighbor up north, yeah. Yes, please, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Kone Bakino Karim. I'm from Burkina Faso. I will speak in French if you agree. Alors, au regard de tout ce qui a été dit par rapport à Afrique et les différentes difficultés rencontrées par Afrique, il y a vraiment beaucoup de questions à se poser. Monsieur Diop a très bien fait un exposé qui éclaire les lanternes des uns et des autres. Madame Fiona également a parlé de quelque chose de très important. Il s'agit de la transparence. Aujourd'hui, la question de la transparence est très importante pour toutes les institutions africaines qui sont en place ou qui sont en train de se mettre en place. Donc, c'est un élément sur lequel vraiment il faut que toutes les institutions qui existent puissent vraiment être très regardants pour que ce qui arrive aujourd'hui à Afrique n'arrive pas à une autre institution africaine. Alors, j'ai une question par rapport à EF-Star. EF-Star est en train de se mettre en place, si je peux le dire ainsi. Alors, est-ce qu'aujourd'hui, EF-Star a été enregistré? Si EF-Star n'a pas été enregistré, pourquoi? Et est-ce qu'aujourd'hui, EF-Star a la légalité de pouvoir coordonner les activités des différents EF? Je parle de AFREN, AFRENIC, AFPIF, AFREN, ainsi de suite. Merci beaucoup.
All right, I can answer some, but not now. I'll wait for my colleagues to do that. Anymore, I guess we are running out of time, so I will turn back to, yes, Lucky, sorry, I almost excluded.
Thanks, Prof. I think having listened to the colleagues and our child, you refer to yourself, I don't recognize you as a child, you know. You have been this powerful entity or person in our midst. You've always contributed positively. It's unfortunate there's a stereotype we live with on the continent. Nonetheless, I think one of the most difficult asks that we are going to be asking is for us as a community to unite. You see, one of the biggest challenges is when you are a parent and you have children, is to try to make your children to like each other, is to try to make your children have a common vision and follow certain norms and values that we have set for them. And that is a big ask that we are asking from all of us as a community. What is clear is that we have multiple groups that have formed themselves with different interests. Now we have to put in the center of these multiple groups a common value, a common goal that we have to work towards. This is the first thing that we need to be doing. We must regroup under one common agenda. And I think in dismantling these groups, we have weeds within the grass. Now, when you have in the beautiful lawn, green grass, or your beautiful field of maize or corn, then you have a lot of weed. That weed is surely going to destroy the crops that you have. And that is the thing that we need to be doing. We need to weed out all the bad elements, point them out. Probably we won't send them to an island or arrest them, whether it is in St. Helena or Robben Island, they're too good for them. We need to convert them. We need to change them. There must be some evangelism that will be taking place. And really, we cannot, as a collective, work against the African agenda. I don't know what else needs to be said and how strongly these things need to be said for them to be understood. If you are in Africa and you see yourself as an Africa and you cannot work on an African agenda, then you don't belong to us. You are not part of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we'll proceed to get closing comments, but we said we'll do it in the reverse order. So I believe, Jean-Robert, can you cut it down to 2-3 minutes? If you can, it's difficult, but try.
Yeah, no, I thank you, Prof. Yeah, no, I think that with our elder Lucky, who just made a comment, he highlight few points and summarize also a couple of things that have already said. Something that came into my mind when he was talking also is that, you know, we've seen challenges within our field in coordinating different states and countries' agenda in terms of cybersecurity and putting people together to share information. One of the things that made it successful, or at least that gave us the ability to come to the stage of bringing different countries together to share information and to work together, is that we end up agreeing on some norms of responsible entity behavior and responsible person involved in building those platforms or those mechanisms that we were looking at for the goal that we were pursuing. And I think that that's also an idea that we can pursue. In addition to drafting then those norms and etc., we came up with also a couple of set of rules that every participating entity, but also every single person involved in that community has to follow for the success of the community so that trust prevails. Those are a couple of reflection ideas. So I think that if we go into the path that Pierre Dangino suggested in building a team or, I don't know, a working group that must come up with some set of plans, those are some ideas that we can inject into the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we give the next person is Mohammed Alaji. Are you online?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Okay. I think it's always interesting to see that after we all agree on the diagnostic, we still have a problem to agree on the roadmap and where to start with, because we have tons and thousands of problems. The unity one is the one. The community interest is another one. The different group is another one. But we need at least to challenge ourselves and see if we want to make things happen. We have two major challenges. The first one is the time. The second one is the resources. When I talk the resources, it means human resources, financial resources, and individual commitment resources in terms of engagement. And I think that this is really where we need to really think a little bit. I mean, changing things take time, especially in Africa. And we know that really trying to fix problem for institution can take decades. So what I'm saying here is AIS is the only place where collectively we talk and try to find out solution. Because nobody give us any legitimacy, because we are African. We don't need any mandate to find out solution. And I think that did one answer one of the questions. Are we legal to proceed for finding solution for Africa? We are all legal. We are Africans. We belong to the continent as individual, as institution, or as organization. We don't need any mandate. We haven't need any mandate in the past to set up this community. We're not looking for any mandate to continue to work in order to make Africa survive and maintain our institution. So the right question is how we can onboard other institutions who are not concerned by this fight because they are not aware of. It is exactly a question of awareness. They are not aware of how critical we need to fight together in order to maintain this institution working properly. And I doubt that if
we can't hear you.
Ask the question to our individual about the role they're playing, I guess you might have surprise. So the question is onboarding other institutions into the fight of trying to make a framework that will allow our institution to be recognized internationally at the continental levels first and internationally, and have a house where they can be protected. This is really the starting point that we need to talk with our all government and African institution to start with. I think that if we agree upon defining the next step will be very easy. But the first step, and I think that that question has been raised by our colleague from Burkina Faso, if ISTAR need to have a status, is that going to be a local status or seen as a company registered in Ghana or as an African institution that have what we call an agreement with a state or international organization to exist? We have never sought out that question. And if we don't start there, I think that anything that we're going to build on top will be very fragile and can fall down anytime. That's really the reasoning why I'm inviting you to go in, is to agree upon the initial status of trying to sort out the process, not the whole process, but where we're going to start. And this is really the most critical point, according to me. Thank you very much, Neil.
Thank you. And Madam Fiona, you have the last word.
Thank you. Now, Mohammed has raised some issues that I think I would want to address. Where do we start? As he was talking, I was looking at this room and seeing how many people are in this room that have always journeyed with Afrinic and are keen and passionate about making sure that it continues to function and to operate. A lot of the noisemakers are not here. We need to be able to do what Mzee Waboma, as I call him, Lucky, has proposed, being able to weed out those that are not interested in protecting the region and bring something for the continent. And everyone else who wants to do something, because we have different views, let's find a way of coming together so that we can address it together. Then there's multifaceted approaches I think we need to look at. For starters, Afrinic has its bylaws that the rest of us are all following. When you have an errant child who decides, Daddy, I don't care about, I want to live in your house, but I don't care about your rules, and I'm going to take you to the court outside. How do you deal with that child? food for thought. So then, knowing that that is what it is, we have no option, but we must collaborate with our governments through a government-friendly organization. Why? Because we also have to make sure that when the governments come to help us through this, they allow the multi-stakeholder approach to continue, and we can still continue to achieve what was initially set for AFNIC to be run by the community. And that means that some of us may have to take back seats in some roles and give the governments the permission to deal with the government of Mauritius. Because if the government of Mauritius had sent the issues back to our bylaws, we wouldn't be where we are now, but this is what it is. So then we would be able to sort out the issue with our bylaws. And that means then we will have a long journey of cleaning up those bylaws so that they are right, so that they are the nuts and the loopholes and everything in it is cleaned up. We have a lot of work to do to clean up those bylaws, but let the community have the ownership of the organization to which they had previously had ownership. So there's a journey that is going to require different roles, the government, the community, and then we have got partners who have a role in playing to ensure that this system of RRIs work, and we should not forget about them. We should be able to tap into them to come in and give guidance in some areas so that we are able to move forward. So Pierre's proposal of having a working group would be a good way forward, bearing in mind that the courts have given us 6 months for there to be a new board. If we are to be able to work, it has to be working within less than 6 months, because we don't know when and how the receiver manager is going to want to go through the election. But we know that being part of the community, we expect the receiver manager, if they can hear me, you will allow the community to be part of the election process. We need to plan with the restrictions that we have been given, but we need a strategic team to be able to come in playing different roles. Let's have the government-to-government engagements and see what comes out of that. Let's have the community engagements with a focus of forgetting the past. Here, I have to tell everybody, please bite the bullet. If you are shot, we are very sorry. You got shot. Maybe you're shot in your arm, in your leg, in your butt, in your chest. We are sorry the bullets hit you, as we're trying to figure out our footing and everyone trying to give their views. Can we forgive each other and move forward? And that is my appeal. Can we let go of whatever the past has been and think in terms of going forward and unite and work together as a community to clear this mess? Because I believe if we agree as a community and we can say, okay, we want to start on a clean slate. We've made these mistakes. These are learning points now. What do we need to do moving forward to tighten and do the things right? And that's right from the way we set up the institution from the beginning. So there's a lot that we need to clean. And we need to be able to take on the ability to forgive, to work. We've got a lot of lawyers in our community who can help us. We've got a lot of policy experts who can help us. We've got technical guys. We've got everything we need within our midst. Even right now, we want to say volunteers we will get. And making sure that we've got representation across the board. Franco speakers, Anglo speakers, Portuguese, Arabic, let's have a balance. Let us make sure that we're not leaving any region behind. Let us put aside, there's a lot that has gone round in terms of information, facts, fictions, whatever. Can we forgive? And if you cannot find in yourself the ability to forgive, because human is to error, there is nobody who is perfect, then you're in the wrong camp. We start by weeding you out first. So please, if you cannot be reconciliatory, if you cannot reach out in the spirit of goodwill, go and have a self-reflection period. When you're ready, we will accommodate you. Because we have to be firm in that approach to be able to get this done in less than 3 months, if possible, having a clear strategy on how we want to do this. Even if it is a roadmap will be good because the roadmap will help us know this is what we need to do. For this and this to be adjusted, this is what needs done. There is a lot of input on the different cases. We need the legal teams within the community, lawyers, volunteering, working and agreeing. How do we address this in a reconciliatory way and without anybody thinking of my interests? I, can we drop the I and think of the we? And that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Mike.
Fiona, you mentioned the word bylaws and suggested that they had been broken or had been circumvented around or something. Can I ask you to expand on that point, please? Because I'm not aware of that.
My understanding, and this is purely my understanding, is that we had gaps. We have had gaps in the bylaws, and that is why the court had to come in and intervene. If the bylaws had covered a number of issues extensively, we probably would have been able to settle everything in-house. That is my view. I'm not saying I'm right, but it is my understanding, and I stand to be corrected.
Okay, I raise that because I'm one of the people that was working on the bylaws when we did amendments on the bylaws. And if you've got particular...
So was I.
Okay, fine. But if you've got particular points, I hope you've written them down so that one day when the bylaws are redone again, we've got your input. Thank you.
All right. Mark, don't go. I want you to tell a certain story that you and I once got experience in. You remember, I don't know which city it was, but we were in a situation like this and I was anxious. John Postel was there and we're ready to go with Afrinic. And I was told to go to hell. You remember that story?
That was in San Jose at a INET conference, as I remember. And that, I'm going to get myself in trouble.
No. Just say the usual, I think it's worth people understanding that shared objectives are sort of preconditions to some of the things they are asking. And so tell the story.
I seem to remember a lot of people, and the majority of them seem to be non-English speaking people, working together and working out how they were going to be able to spend the millions and millions of dollars they're going to make from this thing called Afrinic. And they were very excited about it. And I remember you being very unhappy and sad about this whole process as well. If that's what you're referring to, yes.
Yes, please. It's about shared goals. Yeah,
yes, sharing goals, yes. And I think that's where we first met.
Thank you very much. I guess I've eaten into the next program, but I tell you the following. The voluntary adoption of the resources that we coordinate is a big responsibility we have, okay? And we should really protect it, defend it, and probably that's about all I can say. But I'd like to invite Lucky, if you can come here momentarily, and we'll try and tell a different story. Come. Yes. Can you invite somebody else to join the story?
Yeah. Who in this house is from Tanzania and Zimbabwe? Nobody from Tanzania. Oh gosh, nobody from our neighboring country, Zimbabwe. Okay.
We will try.
I guess it leaves the Black Star and the Springbok.
The Springbok. Yeah. Okay, we'll do our best. We are from different countries, but we sing the same song. differently.
Yeah, indeed. Jerry will listen. To Kosi sigeleli Afrika malo paganyiswe pondolwa yo izwa imitandazo yetu Kosi sigelela tina lusapho lwayo. Written by Sontongo, many years ago adopted as a national anthem of South Africa.
We sing it in Ghana.
It's sung in Tanzania and in Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, a moment of unity.
Yes. Please, next session.
Let's give them another round of applause because they were able to decorticate issues, and I hope from here things will go better. The next presentation is coming from Alain Adeola. Adeola from
Nigeria.
From Nigeria, okay. Yeah. His topic is top-down versus bottom-up. Which alternative for AFTA community? Over to you.
Can I have the slide? So my name is Alain Adeola Ayina. So I'm from Benin, but my origin traced to Nigeria. My father is from Ghana. So, and then I think that is how Africa is. So, yes, I'm trying to add to the discussion with the previous panelists that had about how do we address some of the issue we have. So years ago, I wrote a document on top-down versus bottom-up because part of the governance issue we have also relate to the model. Like if you want to play soccer, you must know the rule. If you don't know the rule, that's what happens when the referee stop you, then you start fighting. In this internet governance, there is something we call multi-stakeholder and bottom-up and rough consensus. So we are assuming that everybody in this room know what is MX, multi-stakeholder, okay, what is bottom-up, and what is rough consensus. But I'm sure that if we were to run a survey here, bottom-up mean different things to different people, and rough consensus. So even to define consensus is difficult, but now we are going to go through rough consensus, etc., etc. And this in the context of Africa, which by default is top-down. And we should know we are top-down in Africa. Okay, anyway, all of us at home, we are top-down. We are top-down. Okay, when we manage family, we are top-down. And in our countries, by default, we are top-down. We are educated in this top-down environment, but now we are here to discuss internet governance through what we call bottom-up. Maybe what I should do is to switch to French. The slides are in English because I think I want us to have conversation. Okay. So my slides are just to set a few points, then we go for discussion. So I would like people to come to the mic and express their views. So. Alors donc je vais parler un peu de, je vais mettre sur la table quelques éléments sur les éléments importants de la gouvernance de l'Internet, ce qu'on appelle la structure multipartie prenante et la gouvernance, bon, je ne sais pas comment on appelle bottom-up en français, mais bon, du bas vers le haut, et la notion de consensus. Nous sommes censés prendre des décisions par consensus et nous allons essayer de voir parce que si nous n'adhérons pas aux règles de jeu, ce sera difficile. Parfois, les gens sont, en fait, ils viennent avec de belles intentions, mais parfois, ne pas connaître les règles du jeu, ça les transforme en des mauvais joueurs, en des mauvais perdants. Alors, donc, si nous regardons le modèle qu'on appelle top-down, que je viens de dire, auquel nous sommes tous habitués, donc c'est un modèle qui est basé sur une hiérarchie où le haut décide, donne des ordres. C'est ça. Voilà. Ce modèle marche bien dans les entreprises, marche bien dans les entreprises et marche aussi très bien dans les endroits où les gens qui sont en haut ont une certaine expertise que le bas n'a pas. Et aussi, ça marche dans les environnements où si on laisse les gens en bas, qui sont généralement disons, je dirais dans les sociétés, les employés, faire des erreurs, le coût de ces erreurs est très élevé. Donc, on leur donne des instructions, voici ce que vous devez faire, voici la procédure, etc. Donc, c'est du haut, comme ça. Alors, ce système, puisqu'il est basé sur des instructions, il peut être vraiment prévisible, mais aussi parfois peut être dépassé, parce que parfois, l'ordre venant du haut vers le bas, ça ne permet pas aux couches intermédiaires de contribuer. L'autre modèle que nous appelons le modèle bottom-up, c'est le modèle où les informations, les idées sont discutées du bas vers disons, que nous appelons la communauté et remonte. Donc, la décision, elle est prise dans les couches inférieures et ça remonte au niveau de la couche supérieure. Alors, donc, ce modèle que nous appliquons dans la gouvernance de l'Internet, ça marche bien, dans les industries qui sont relativement nouvelles où les règles ne sont pas encore connues, où on est en pleine innovation. Ça marche aussi bien dans les endroits, dans les situations où, et ce qui est normal, que la couche inférieure, la communauté, a un certain nombre d'expertises que les leaders n'ont pas. Et aussi dans les contextes où, des erreurs au niveau des couches inférieures, bon, ça ne coûte pas grand-chose, soit on a les moyens de se rattraper. Alors, donc, ce modèle de bottom-up, peut, et c'est ça qui est bien, peut être réajusté, et c'est l'exercice que je veux qu'on fasse, pour voir quel bottom-up il nous faut pour l'Afrique. Donc, ce modèle peut générer des alternatives que le modèle top-down ne peut pas, mais aussi ce modèle peut être chaotique, et c'est ce que nous voyons dans cette communauté. On parle à l'infini. Quand on prend une décision, on revient sur la décision, on parle, et on oublie l'essentiel. Voilà. Donc, vous voyez que chacun des modèles a ses avantages et ses inconvénients. Dans chacun de ces modèles, comment est-ce que nous prenons les décisions? Parce que c'est important. Quand on discute à la fin de la journée, il faut décider de ce que nous faisons. Tout à l'heure, on a eu un panel, on a discuté. Mais qu'est-ce qu'on fait? Alors, donc, il y a vraiment 3 modèles de décision, le système de commande, qui est souvent associé au modèle top-down. L'ordre vient en haut et il faut exécuter. Donc, ça, c'est le système qui va avec le modèle top-down. Donc, et comme je le montre là-bas, ça marche assez bien dans des environnements spécifiques. Mais comme je le vois, dans les institutions où, à plusieurs niveaux, quand l'institution devient assez grande, les gens qui sont en bas ne se sentent plus concernés parce que, imaginez, si une décision ou information vient du grand patron, traverse les couches, ça va perdre des paquets. Ça perd des paquets, etc. Donc, ce qui vient en bas n'est pas forcément ce qui vient du haut, etc. Donc, en termes de décision. L'autre modèle, c'est le modèle consensus ou démocratique. Donc, ici, on a une question. Vraiment, est-ce que consensus Est-ce que la décision par consensus, ça veut dire décision démocratique? Est-ce que la décision prise par la majorité, qui, dans le modèle démocratique, par défaut, semble être la bonne, est-ce que, quand nous parlons de consensus, est-ce que c'est une décision prise à la majorité représente le consensus? Okay. Alors, tout au moins ici, on va permettre aux différentes parties de se faire entendre, Okay. Mais quand nous allons chercher le consensus, c'est là où les problèmes peuvent commencer. Ça va aller dans tous les sens. Chacun va tirer le drap de son côté et parfois ce modèle de décision peut être difficile à contrôler et à maîtriser. Et ça peut être cacophonique. Voilà. Mais ça aussi a ses avantages. Le système, le troisième modèle de décision, c'est le modèle consultatif. Donc, c'est une variante du modèle commande, mais l'autorité qui décide essaye d'écouter le peuple, les partis concernés, et après, il décide. C'est comme le président dit, je vous ai tous écoutés, en vertu des pouvoirs qui me sont conférés, je décide que c'est ça. Mais au moins, il aura écouté toutes les parties et il aura pris les avis nécessaires. Donc, vous voyez ce modèle, au moins, il consulte les parties qui sont impactées avant de décider. Okay? Alors que dans le modèle commande, okay, soit le chef décide ou le chef simplement suit avis de ses conseillers et décide. Voilà. Donc, mais pour nous, dans cet écosystème autour d'Internet, nous sommes censés fonctionner dans ce qu'on appelle l'approche multi-stakeholder, bottom-up, avec rough consensus. Donc, ça nous amène d'abord à dire, c'est quoi multi-stakeholder? Il faut qu'on comprenne. Et je pense que il faut qu'on comprenne ça. Alors, l'idée derrière multi-stakeholder, c'est de faire participer tout le monde à la discussion. Mais nous devions normalement répondre aux questions qui sont là. Qu'est-ce qui définit un stakeholder? Par exemple, si nous nous réunissons ici pour parler du point Africa, est-ce que quelqu'un qui n'a pas de nom de domaine point Africa est un stakeholder? Est-ce qu'il est autorisé à parler, par exemple? Et s'il est autorisé à parler, est-ce qu'il est autorisé à participer à la décision? Parce que je peux parler, mais sans participer à la décision, par exemple. Si on parle des points d'échange, quelqu'un qui n'est pas membre d'un point d'échange, qui n'a pas un réseau, est-ce qu'il est un stakeholder? Il faut qu'on réfléchisse à ça. Il faut qu'on réponde à ça si nous voulons parler de multi-stakeholder. Alors, et qui représente un stakeholder? Donc, normalement, c'est autant de questions que nous devons, normalement, avoir à l'esprit quand nous parlons de l'approche multi-stakeholder. C'est important et je pense qu'une partie de nos problèmes viennent de là. Parce que si nous parlons de l'ingénierie, sur comment on fabrique des voitures, et qu'on veut laisser des utilisateurs, des gens qui achètent, qui conduisent des voitures, prendre la décision, parfois, on peut les écouter pour voir leur expérience, leurs besoins, mais est-ce qu'on doit leur laisser la décision? Non. C'est pas. Donc, il faut qu'on définisse c'est quoi un stakeholder dans ce système. C'est vrai que quand nous parlons d'Internet, la nature d'Internet, un utilisateur lambda, nous le considérons aussi comme un stakeholder parce qu'il est à la source du réseau, c'est lui qui injecte le trafic, c'est lui qui met le contenu, etc., etc. Mais jusqu'où il est un stakeholder et qu'est-ce qu'il peut faire au moment de prendre les décisions. Donc, si nous n'arrivons pas à régler ces problèmes, je pense que ça aussi, ça joue. Au niveau d'Afrique, pour être spécifique. Le Policy Development Process d'Afrique est ouvert à tout le monde. Parce que les ressources, comme nous le disons, appartiennent à la communauté. Il y a les membres d'Afrique. Mais nous, communauté, nous discutons policy, nous prenons des décisions qui affectent les membres. Ça, le problème. Donc, imaginez, on se retrouve ici dans le Policy Development Process, quelqu'un qui ne connaît pas le réseau, il vient dire non, il faut couper les adresses comme ceci, comme cela. Il n'a pas de réseau, il n'est pas membre d'Afrique et il veut décider de comment on doit allouer les ressources. Alors, si celui-là ne comprend pas les limites de sa participation, de son raisonnement, ça nous amène dans le chaos. Dans le chaos. Et l'autre chose aussi, c'est que les gens parlent des choses qu'ils ne maîtrisent pas aussi, etc. Donc, la notion de stakeholder est un élément très, très important qu'il faut définir une fois pour de bon, où à chaque discussion, à chaque décision, on doit savoir. Et je pense que c'est pour ça que quand on demande aux gens d'aller au micro, généralement on dit aux gens au micro, name, affiliation. At least to know who you are and how do you belong to what we are talking about here, par exemple. C'est important. Donc, après ça, rough consensus. Dans cette communauté, nous avons hérité de la notion de rough consensus, donc qui n'est pas une consensus complète, comme je le montre là-bas. OK, parce que si nous voulons que tout le monde soit d'accord, il peut arriver qu'on soit bloqué. Donc, il faut qu'on trouve le moyen de réaliser le consensus qui soit acceptable pour tout le monde. Ça aussi, c'est un challenge. On peut être en désaccord tout le temps et parfois, toutes les parties ont raison. Mais on doit progresser. Toutes les parties ont raison. Donc, dans cette communauté, un des éléments que nous avons vus, c'est consensus, rough consensus. Est-ce que si une seule personne n'est pas d'accord, est-ce qu'il peut bloquer le système? Est-ce que le consensus veut dire majorité, une majorité en faveur? Est-ce que le consensus veut dire que ceux qui sont contre sont moins nombreux que ceux qui sont d'accord? Alors, donc, le rough consensus tel qu'il est défini dans le RFC 72-82 dit il faut résoudre disons, les points bloquants. On va prendre les points bloquants, les objections, et on les discute. On voit les pros et on voit les cons. Et à un moment donné, il faut qu'on se dise, ce problème, OK, ne nous bloque pas. Est-ce qu'on peut avancer? Et c'est ce que nous disons souvent, can you live with this? I'm not very happy, but I can live with it. Parfois, c'est ce qu'il faut. Quand le problème n'est pas bloquant, est-ce qu'on peut avancer, etc., etc. Mais parfois, nous avons de sérieux problèmes là-bas. Et je mets aussi, j'associe à ça notre culture à l'africaine. Notre culture à l'africaine, c'est que if I disagree with madame, he can take this against me for life. For life, she will hate me for life, for example. It seems to be part of our, but sometimes we have to disagree, okay? We have to agree to disagree, okay? But we remain friends. And we need to compromise. Mais je sais que le rough consensus, en fait, c'est une notion parfois, c'est une notion qui paraît un peu abstraite, mais qui ne marche que quand vous êtes vraiment dans l'opérationnel. Donc, et ce que les gens ne comprennent pas, on se retrouve dans cette salle, on est 100 personnes, 90 personnes disent qu'ils ne sont pas d'accord, mais 10 personnes sont d'accord et le tiers dit on a consensus. Les gens commencent à dire oh, this guy is corrupted, he's corrupted. Non, le nombre ne compte pas. Est-ce qu'on a discuté des objections? Est-ce qu'on a essayé de les résoudre? C'est ça. Donc, nous avons à aller à l'école du rough consensus, ce qui n'est pas évident. Alors, pour l'Afrique, alors, pour moi, je pense que, comme je viens de dire, nous avons beaucoup de challenges en Afrique qui font que l'Afrique, dans ce multi-stakeholder, bottom-up et rough consensus, difficile. Il y a des problèmes de compétences. Il y a des problèmes de compétences. Parfois, les compétences ne sont même pas valorisées. C'est pour ça que j'ai dit tout à l'heure, qui représente un stakeholder? Peut-être que les personnes les plus habilitées ne sont pas ici. Ils sont laissés au bureau. C'est peut-être que ce sont les amis des patrons qu'on a fait voyager pour venir ici. Qui sont ceux qui? Les compétences ne sont pas toujours là où il faut, même si on en a. On a ce problème. Donc, et aussi, ne plus respecter le mérite. Et ça aussi, c'est un problème. Donc, ça fait que, et l'autre élément aussi, c'est notre diversité culturelle et linguistique. Il y a des gens, de par leur culture, qui n'aiment pas la confrontation. Même s'il a raison et que tu dis qu'il n'a pas raison, il va se taire. Mais il y a d'autres qui vont revenir, insister, se battre pour se faire entendre. D'autres, non. Il a dit ce qu'il veut, c'est fini. Il y a d'autres qui ont même du mal à challenger l'aîné. C'est dans notre culture. L'aîné, c'est l'aîné. So, for example, we don't say that the elders are lying. On dit que l'aîné a fait économie de vérité. So there is a diplomatic language, yeah. So qu'il faut utiliser dans ce système. Donc, vous voyez, donc dans tout ce mélange multi-stakeholder, bottom-up, rough consensus, pas évident. Alors, qu'est-ce que je propose? Je propose que nous essayions de revoir un peu la situation et de comprendre que le bottom-up avec le rough consensus par défaut ne va pas vraiment marcher. Et je me demande, est-ce qu'il ne faut pas qu'on aille vers un multi-layer consensual bottom-up? Alors, ce qui veut dire qu'on ne discute pas tout directement vers la base. On a plusieurs niveaux. On fait une première discussion avec tout le monde. Après, on va à un deuxième niveau où les personnes concernées discutent. Et peut-être après ça, on a un autre niveau. Au lieu de laisser la discussion se faire, okay, est-ce qu'il ne faut pas faire un système de niveaux? La première discussion, on discute tout le monde, même au marché, au champ, partout. Mais après, on a un niveau où maintenant, soit c'est l'expertise, soit ce sont les gens qui sont concernés qui discutent après. OK. Est-ce qu'il ne faut peut-être pas penser à une approche de bottom-up, mais consultative, savoir que la base n'a pas l'expertise nécessaire. Donc, de mettre en place des panels en haut qui construisent la base et qui décident. Peut-être. Et je voudrais finir en disant que je propose un autre well. Pour ceux qui vont à l'UETF, pour chaque réunion, on a un autre well. Quand la session veut commencer, on projette le note well. Et on dit, si vous n'êtes pas d'accord avec ça, vous partez. Si vous êtes d'accord, vous acceptez, vous restez. Donc, je propose qu'on ait un note well, OK, que tout le monde qui vient dans nos réunions puisse à chaque fois, accepter. Si vous n'acceptez pas, vous ne participez pas. Donc, je propose un certain nombre de points, comme je dis, je ne vais pas les lire tous, mais je dis, il faut d'abord qu'on se mette d'accord sur le problem statement. Si nous ne sommes pas d'accord que nous avons un problème, il ne faut pas qu'on cherche des solutions. OK? Et il faut aussi qu'on sache que les discussions doivent aller vers la fin. On n'est pas là pour discuter à l'infini. Il faut regarder le mérite. Si on parle des problèmes juridiques, si les grands avocats, les grands juristes parlent, nous, on n'est pas juristes. On peut peut-être poser des questions. On doit accepter qu'il y a des gens qui connaissent plus que nous, peut-être leur poser des questions, mais pas les challenger, ce n'est pas notre business. Donc, il faut qu'on accepte le mérite dans ça. Il faut, comme je dis, appliquer ce qu'on appelle le case-based problem solving. Ce qui a marché par le passé, pourquoi ne pas l'utiliser? Ce qui n'a pas marché, le mettre de côté. Et aussi, le dernier, j'aime bien le dernier, remember to apply wisdom when conflict arose. Maybe when you have conflict, this is where you go to the bar to drink beer, drink whiskey. Mark, when you have conflict, when we disagree in a protocol, the best time is when we go to bar. C'est ce qui se passe. À l'UETF, quand les gens discutent, ils ne sont pas d'accord, ils vont, pendant le pause, ils se retrouvent au bar pour discuter et ils essaient de concilier les points. Donc, il faut qu'on arrive à... Les conflits vont arriver. Okay? Il faut qu'on trouve les moyens de les régler. Donc, je propose ce note well. Peut-être que ça, c'est un draft. On peut discuter et l'améliorer. Mais ce que j'ai dit, c'est qu'on ne fait plus de sessions sans que les gens ne voient le note well. C'est un peu comme les Zoom meetings. Zoom dit, this section is being recorded. Accept or leave. So, ça va être la même chose. Vous participez à la discussion si vous êtes d'accord avec les règles. Si vous n'êtes pas d'accord avec les règles, vous partez. Donc, c'est ce que j'ai mis ensemble. Et comme j'ai dit, je veux bien que nous discutions de cela. Je ne suis pas là pour répondre, pour dire ce que je pense, mais j'ai posé un peu les problématiques. So the floor is yours. Please come and express yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give another round of applause because what you put there is the pillar, the foundation of this community. Good. Now, questions?
Not question per se.
Okay.
I want discussions. I'm not here to solve the problem, man. So I've come to help you solve your problem.
Okay, let's solve the problem. Yeah.
I want people, go to the mic. Paul, Mark, go to the mic. Silvio, I need you. So, Prof, if nobody comes,
yeah,
I'll close the session and we all go home. Oh, go to mic. The MX? How do we fix the MX?
Yes. My name is Shakim Shabir. I'm a member of parliament and a member of the communication committee in Kenya. What I've been hearing is concerning, very concerning, not only to Africa, but I think it's going to be very concerning to my country, in the fact that our communication industry is way behind in the issue of regulation and is the issue of control. The issue of the IP and what I've been hearing here has astounded me. The amounts of money, the so-called history of corruption, what's happening in Mauritius, and the approaches that we've heard, and from my dear friend from Kenya as well. We want to look into it in great detail to see whether we can put together an understanding, at least from our point of view. Because for somebody like me, I never understood the aspect and the great amount of what we might call wealth that is being mined and stolen away from Africa. Is mined. Now, whether it's an IP address, whatever it is, who controls it, how it is controlled, is a national matter. And of course, an African matter. And I think now, having sat through, we're beginning to understand as legislators, and we are about 6 of us here from Kenya, and we have talked here, and we want to look into this thing. And I can assure you of one thing, on behalf of my committee who are here and my members who are with us, we are going to take a very deep look into Afrinic and aspects there too, without making any comments at this moment in time. But I think that is the way forward, isn't it? Let us do our bit. You give us the information that is necessary, and let us start one step at a time. Let's go for the low-hanging fruit. Let's find out what has happened, why it's happened, who's the corrupt, who's Eddie, who's the other gentleman who took 4.1 million IP addresses. I think this is all something that we need to get a grip on. But let's start small. And we thank you for sharing this information with us. And we look forward to working with you, not only from the point of view of the legislature of Kenya, but we can probably be looking at extending it to our other countries. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Who's next?
Yeah, I just want you to help me a little bit. I know you guys talk about rough consensus, but you also talk about running code. Is running code what you're referring to as merit here? I mean, I want to see if I can relate the detailed technical, running code discussions with the coordination and how we make decisions around, let's say options which may be conflicting. Is that the merit issue you raised?
Yes, old man, allow me to address your point later. I want to talk to the young generation first. Yeah.
Hi, it's Paul Wilson from APNIC. I guess I have a question that is not so much related to top down or bottom up, but to leadership. And what is it that the community here, and it's a genuine question for everyone here, what is it the community expects from leaders who are elected to perform some kind of a leadership role or task? I mean, it's a general question, but I guess the devil's in the detail. So, when you do elect a leader to a position like the board of directors, the position they're being elected to should be clear. There should be a clear mandate and a clear understanding that by electing this particular person into that role, they will have the ability, the mandate to perform some task. They'll be authorized to do that. They may also be elected on the basis of their own election platform, the promises that they make, that if you elect me, I'll do certain things. But I think it's really very circular and self-destructive to have leaders elected who are then torn down after the election for exercising their leadership. And I find, I'm not really accusing anyone here of that behavior, but it does tend to be a behavior of the bottom-up process that even after an election has produced a leadership group, it still seems to be quite okay for people to stand up in the community and tear down those leaders really for doing what they have been elected to do. And that's undermining of a democratic process, and it causes the wheels of the organization to spin, because inevitably when that happens, there is some delay or some cost to the organization, and particularly if it's allowed to continue. So I've often seen, and I've been in this community, in the international RR community for many, many years, but I've often seen leaders being torn down for their sincere and unsurprising efforts to get things done, for daring to actually lead, for daring to do something that was not exactly expected or requested, but still within their mandate. And you have this sort of, again, I'm not talking about this community, but you have this tendency for a rabble to develop, which really does cripple the organization. And unfortunately, it doesn't, the counter voices don't happen often enough to sort of really defend the leaders in the leadership that they're trying to exercise. But I do think it's an important question about whether leadership is something that the community is really seeking and really giving a mandate which is clear enough to a group of people to actually lead the organization. And there do need to be checks and balances. If the leadership goes crazy, then of course something needs to be done. If the leadership disappoints, then there's another election coming up soon enough. But I just find that particularly, and I'm talking about this community, that particularly over quite a number of years of very contentious board elections and competition for board elections and competition for individuals, that there seems to be quite a grey perception of what leaders are really being asked to do and authorised to do. But I do suggest it's really important to get back to a clearer mandate for the leadership of. I'm talking about Afrinic here, of course, not just AF Star, but I do, respectfully suggest it's really important to get clarity on what leaders are really being elected to do, and then once they're elected, to respect that democratic process and allow them to get ahead and do it. You do need to have people who are equipped to do that, and that's always a challenge in a small community. But it's a challenge that this community is going to have to face sooner or later, and now probably within the next 6 months, to find the leaders, the candidates for leaders who can lead, but they also need to be given the sense that they'll be able to lead once they're elected, and not to have their lives turned into hell by mixed messages and what can even be personal abuse and attacks and so forth. They're just some thoughts, but I do think leadership is sort of something that needs to be thought about and sort of faced as a natural thing, as whether it's bottom up or top down. There seems to be a need for leaders to be able to operate and to do that effectively. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Paul. Oh, I did my things in French, expecting that the French people will follow me, but so next time I'll do Portuguese. Okay, so maybe we should wrap up. But then before I'll respond to the old man. Yes, old man. Okay, at ITF, say rough consensus and running code. So the running code is to show if we have something, okay, running for the protocol, we can showcase, and then it helps the decisions. Okay, so the same thing should apply here, but because we are not developing tools protocol here, so it is the merit. And the second one, what I said, use what has worked before. I still need one more. Okay, so we should wrap up. Yeah, I think Paul said it all. And I think what Paul Wilson from Epinic, because we have so many Paul from Epinic said it very well. And I think Paul, it's maybe we need to have a separate section on this, because as you said, we need a way to appoint leaders. We need to make sure that the leaders knows the rules, and we need to have a check and balance. Because if it happens, we elect people who don't even know rough consensus, who doesn't know MS, who doesn't know the bylaw, for example. So the way, how do we select the leaders? I think you had a very good point here. Maybe before people apply, they should show that okay, anyway, some kind of knowledge of the system, the responsibility, the roles, etc., etc. I think it has to be part of it. We can't just appoint people just based on their willingness to do things, but we have to look at kind of background and knowledge and expertise and reputations, I think so. So if there is, s'il n'y a plus de questions, je vous remercie.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Alain Aina. I will speak in French again. Donc, merci beaucoup pour votre brillante présentation. Je pense que le PowerPoint qui a été présenté ici, c'est un document qu'il a appelé draft. Mais c'était un très bon document, un support sur lequel moi je proposerais que une équipe se mette en place pour vraiment voir comment est-ce que ce document peut être exploité et faire en sorte que les différentes étapes qui sont définies à l'intérieur du document soient en fait des étapes qui vont être appliquées lorsque des institutions ou des structures doivent être mises en place ou lorsqu'il y a des décisions qui doivent être prises. Je pense que dans ce document, la démarche est très claire. Elle est démocratique, elle n'exclut personne, elle est académique, scientifique et technique. Donc tous les éléments sont réunis pour que ce document soit vraiment un document qui soit très bien travaillé et mis à la disposition de la communauté afin que ce que les différentes communautés, les organismes vivent aujourd'hui, que ça n'arrive plus jamais, ou qu'on puisse en fait anticiper certaines choses. Je pense que si aujourd'hui il y a des difficultés, c'est qu'il y a certains points qui n'avaient pas été anticipés. Alors, peut-être que c'est de voir également avec l'expérience des uns et des autres et les associer souvent aux discussions pour que vraiment les différentes communautés, les institutions qui sont en place puissent être des institutions fortes et durables dans le temps. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Koné. Je pense que Marco s'en va. Merci tout le monde. Je pense que nous continuons la discussion pendant la pause et puis pendant le reste de la semaine. Merci.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a resounding applause. Well, we are supposed to come back from the break at 4 o'clock. Meanwhile, when you look at your time, 4 o'clock, we are beyond 4 o'clock. So I'll plead with you. Let's go. Let's give ourselves 10 minutes, grab something and come back. So let's come back at 20 past 4. Thank you. After this, after the break, we are going to discuss the role of, which after ecosystem community for digital Africa. That's a topic for the next panel discussion. Thank you. Well, I'm holding somebody's mobile phone. The owner should get in touch and take delivery.
Thank you. Okay, I hope Mr. Badrun Tiger will be joining us. So this is the last session for the day, and what we are going to be doing is we will be continuing with our AF Star Day. You know, AF Star is you injure one, you've injured all of them. So when we talk about the previous matter, it's a matter that encompasses all the AF Star members. You attack Afrinic, the other members are equally attacked. You attack North Africa, a similar thing happens. So this session is planned to last for 30 minutes. My apologies, 60 minutes. And each panelist will have 5 minutes opening remarks on the matter of the evolution of the ecosystem for a digital Africa, or which ecosystem in the community is ideal for our digital Africa. And after the panel have presented, we then would go to the floor, we take questions. And after the questions, then the panelists, they do the inverse of the order that I will be giving right now. The order current right now will be Dr. Dawit will be do the opening remarks, then followed by Wakren, which is Omo. Then online, it will be Mr. Ntege coming on, then we'll continue that way. So, when we have been discussing this matter in a number of public forums, exploring, interrogating the evolution of the AF ecosystem, its challenges and opportunities, understanding the issues that involve technologies, emerging network solutions, and also looking at the technologies and their impact on the ecosystem. At the same time, learning from the past to see how the future will inform the way we transition as a country, as an economy, as a continent, and how do we evolve into the future. And some of the things that have been captured would be that internet has changed significantly, and it probably will never be the same like we know it in the 90s. And that we must adjust to new players, we must adopt new communication methods and styles, set a clear vision for Africa and the digitization agenda, see how close some of the timelines that have been put for us, whether it's the AUC Agenda 2063, and do we want to resist or redefine the top-down concept, but to be flexible. Digital Africa, in some instances where the World Bank talks to it, it identifies it based on 3 pillars, which is access, that is increasing the access to affordable and reliable internet. Then it also talks to skills, which is developing the skills needed to use the digital technologies efficiently. Then the third is innovation, which is supporting the development of innovative digital solutions to address the African people. So on that note, having done my opening remarks, may I then invite Bekele to do his input on our topic for this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucky. For someone who has come at this meeting today, I think it might feel like nothing has been done in the last 20 years because we have been focusing on the challenges. I think I would like to go a little bit back and say that we have achieved a lot in the last 20 years or more. It's true that we have had challenges, but many things have been done. AFNOG, AFRINIC, ISOC, NRENS, Africa CERT, etc. All of these organizations can come and say all the achievements without which we couldn't do the thing that we can do today using the internet. I won't say much about what others have done, but if we consider ISOC, we have really changed the interconnection landscape. We have done a lot in connecting the unconnected, capacity building, identifying and tackling many policy issues. However, we have undeniable challenges. The most obvious one is, of course, the AFRINIC one. And we, as it has been said over and over, we have challenges in building strong institutions that can withstand storms and predators, etc. So what do we do for the future? And as Lucky said, in the future, we'll have many more challenges, including the evolution of the technology, new things that we don't even know will be coming. Artificial intelligence is now on top of many minds. So how do we learn from the past, and how can we, make a better future for Africa, for the digital Africa? Well, I think we have to consider many aspects, but my talk will focus on what we as AF Star organizations need to do, because I think we need to be open. As you said, there are new organizations that are equally important. For example, I mentioned the African Union has become more and more vocal in this area. Other organizations as well are interested in this area. We have to be open to them, but as AF Star organizations, what do we need to take as actions in order to contribute for our digital future? Some of what I'm going to say will be repetitions, because in the previous session, there were many things that I planned to say that have been said, but I think it's important to say them again. First, I think we need to have a strong community again. In the last few years, our community has been shaken at its core. And as a result, I think we have been incapacitated. And as a result, we have been easy targets for people who don't want, our digital economy to grow, or who are just here to benefit from our weakness. So we need to have a strong community, and for that, what has been said in the earlier session is really critical. We need to communicate between ourselves. It has been in the past years, the AFRINIC space, the AIS space has been a space where people cannot really say freely what they want to say, because they are constantly attacked. And some people might have thick skin to withstand that, but many who are interesting people were really silenced. And this has to stop. We have to find a civil space for everyone to speak. Without a community, we cannot have institutions. So then we should have, of course, strong institutions. And yes, we have been struggling to create strong institutions for many reasons, but mainly because we don't have a strong community, but also because we wanted to stay within ourselves. Yes, we have very good technical people, but we need more than that. We need people who know how to build strong institutions. We need lawyers in our boards. We need, people who have good contacts with governments and so on. And I think we really need to look into what institutions need and not just bring people that are technically good, and also create an environment for strong leaders to come and contribute. And I agree with what Paul said earlier. The current environment, or at least the past environment, was not really inviting for strong leaders to come as board members. We elect them as board members, we elect them as CEOs, and then we vilify them, we throw mud on them, and this is not encouraging, not only for them, but for the next generation of board members and so on. So we have to learn how to respect our leaders, how to support them, so that people are encouraged to build our institutions, because the institutions can be only built by men and women. And again, we have to open up to other people who can come and help us. Last and not least, I think we have to start dreaming again. One of the things that created the strong community in the beginning is that it had dreams. It had dreams to bring the internet to Africa. It had built to strengthen the capacity of people, many dreams. And then we have the impression that those dreams have been achieved, and we haven't come up with new dreams for the new generation, because the new generation thinks that we have internet. We don't need, these institutions and so on. At least we haven't explained enough to them why these institutions are important. So we need new dreams that can really bring the youngsters to these institutions, so that it's not always the same people who are at the front. We need new minds, because we have new problems to solve, and that cannot be done by, with what we were dreaming 20 years ago. I will stop here for now, and I might continue after the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you, David. Then Mr. Omo, your shot.
So, thank you. So while I was listening to David, I was thinking, okay, what else is there to say? David has said everything there is about the challenges. But I think the topic is about, the future, and what we need to do to reorganize and to be able to sort of deal with that future that's coming. So there are lots of gaps in different parts of Africa. So this community very often drives with the technical and the networking, because that's what we see, the internet. But there's so much more that we need to build capacity as well. So we need to be able to sort of think a bit broader. So it dovetails to what you were saying, because of that notion that the internet is the driver. And when we think about the internet, we just think about networking. As important as it is, right? I think we've overemphasized that. So when it comes to digital Africa, that is only a component. Now, when you start to think about it, I just took note of what you said, access, skills. What does access mean beyond access to the connectivity itself? What about access to research? What about access to education? What about what the internet is supposed to provide for us? The promise, access to financial inclusion, access is really broad. I think we need, as AF start to think about the different levels, and then it will start to also shape our community a little bit more. In this community, there's a preponderance of a certain kind of technical skill, but that's only one type of skill. There's also a broader requirement for people who can produce research, who can commercialize that research and use that to also drive the internet. So I'm sticking on that level for now. I hope this conversation will sort of broaden up as we go. So what that suggests is that there's a whole lot of capacity building beyond networking that we have to do. Yes, we do need to drive the internet. Fortunately, as David mentioned, the continent has grown in quite some very impressive ways in the last 10, 20 years. Not only our community, but also the networks that are around in the different countries, the interconnections between our countries. Not enough, but a lot has been done. Every day, more cables come in. There's capacity on our shores. There's less capacity in the countries. We need to find some ways to grow the capacity in between the countries themselves and not just necessarily rely on submarine cables all the time to drive our businesses. We were talking about inclusion earlier in the day. So yes, there is internet. There's 4G internet in many places, but there are also many gaps. And then a lot of our population also live in these places where there are gaps. Some of them are not as fluent in the main languages as we are, but they speak languages. They have ecosystems, they have financial systems there. Digital will not take off unless we're all involved in it in some way. So we do have to have a way to include many other stakeholders. So we use the word multi-stakeholder. I think it needs a redefinition from an African perspective. Who is a stakeholder from an African perspective? We have issues with climate. We're the most vulnerable continent. We produce the least amount of climate sort of deleterious issues, but we suffer the most. We have food security problems. Now, digital provides, at least promises to be a way to deal with some of these issues, but how we're sort of trying to address them. Are we, in our design, are we actually considering what our challenges really are? Or are we have we bought into the idea of digital from a non-African perspective? My area, of course, I work for a research network. So I also see like the internet in the last 20 years, we've advanced a lot, but there are also significant gaps. So COVID, for instance, basically showed us how weak our system was. COVID came, some parts of the world were able to sort of, in a semblance, move on and continue education. Most parts of Africa stopped. Now, even when we had internet, we didn't have some other structures to complete the cycle. So a lot of our students were home. Now, this is our goal. Without the students, without the researchers, we are continually going to buy instead of making. So we need to also consider capacity building. I think in the entire AF Star ecosystem, the role that AFREM plays needs to be emphasized a little bit more, and it needs to be cross-cutting. So when we're talking about AFTLD, why are we not involved in that in terms of the universities on the campuses? Why is DNS and those internet structures perceived as, as the domain of operators only? I know we do training. I know AFNOC has been training for years, but that's, and I know we've also domesticated that as in some countries as national NOGs, but I think it's not enough. There isn't, we see in the research networks that the bulk of our community is removed from all of this. And I don't see how it is possible for just the private sector to drive digital in Africa. So without any doubt, the networks we're building, the capacity that, the human capacity that's contained within has to be factored into next steps. I don't know how long you want me to speak. I've forgotten how long, but another area that I thought we should also sort of discuss, which is totally, I suppose, not connected to this audience, is the notion of open science and open access to research. As a continent, we're basically deprived of access to information now, and that's happening on two fronts. One, the information is where the paywalls that stop us because we're under-resourced from accessing knowledge that's already existing. And then secondly, we're only starting to collect our own knowledge in ways that we can share them amongst ourselves. So that's another consideration that we have to make. But I think I'll stop here and take the next bit later.
Yeah. I think I must go back.
Thank you, Dawit and Omo. I think we are waiting for a third speaker, and if they joins us, we will invite him on. But for now, the mic is yours. We have set the burning platform. Now you may interrogate the inputs from the two colleagues. This is a moment for the mic. Yes, sir, we recognize you, sir.
Oh, okay, thank you, sir. But I can still introduce myself. So Alain speaking for himself. For the panelists, I think Dawid and Omo, I've been thinking, if we're going to this digital Africa, where I think everything will be very smart. So shall we think about the community of the future should not be only be women, but the devices, the codes. So then, are we going to have subset of a community, the human being, the devices, the protocols, the code? So I'm a bit worried. Please help me.
Okay, before you take that, any other comment? Get ready to take the mic, but go ahead, Omo.
Well, again, I'm going to sort of leverage the experiences we have, which are pretty vast, considering that we have a Pan-African network now of research and education. So one of the challenges with digital as a whole is identification. So, to even differentiate whether it is human or machine, you have to be able to identify it. Now, we're finding out that quite a lot of our networks don't have adequate means of identifying operators on their network, at least in the education networks. So we have been working on, trying to find ways. Most of the governments now have programs for foundational identity, so driver's license, national ID cards, which we are trying in education to piggyback on increasingly, because the very nature of digital differs from the analog. You have to be able to, in a trusted manner, interact with different elements. So yes, I see that that's a challenge. I see that it is one that, this AF Star community can actually take on, because, it is as much as identity works within domains, it's only when it is mobile that it becomes really useful. So if I know who my users are or my machines are, how do I know who the other machines are? Whose machines there? Who do I give access to? And you talked about protocols as well. It is a nice, brave world there. The real issue is, if we're going to foresee this, how do we sort of prepare for it? So there is, apart from these notions of identity I mentioned and the other sort of domains that we need to consider, I think the capacity, being able to sort of take the long view and start to prepare our young people now will be one thing that we cannot sort of ignore. And I don't know that enough of that has been done. Of course, there are circles where this is the topical conversation, but it needs to be a bit more broad, widespread. And I think this community and the AF Star communities, if we say domains are important, numbers are important, the research is important, then that has to cascade down to, okay, in each sort of vertical, how do we build capacity from the ground up? Because if we don't, then if our young people are not digitally literate, and that is not necessarily being able to operate a router. But if they're not digitally literate, then even assimilating and using will become a challenge. David?
Yeah, well, complicated question. I don't think you are saying that we need to have a community where the devices will be members. But in reality, I think we have already had some challenges where in a mailing list, we don't know who is who. Sometimes, some people might use several identities and might really, completely, take over the medium. So, but I think what is important in what you say is that the world is changing while we are fighting. And unless we really, stop and try to tackle all the, for example, deep fake is really a big problem because, when you have online communication, you think Professor Ni is talking to you. On the other side, you see him, he speaks in his language, in his usual tone, and it's not him. So how can we handle this kind of issues? And so it's not really theoretical, it is practical. So it's one of the reasons why we really have to stop fighting each other and start working to tackle the many problems that we need to solve if we want to have the digital economy that we want for our children and grandchildren. Thank you.
I see the prof on the mic.
Yes, sir. I like this digital Africa, but I'm wondering, what does it take to be a part of that digital Africa? We said the machines, maybe you're not sure, but really among the humans, what would it take? What do I have to say I'm also being part of the digital Africa? Michael, don't assume that I know how to use a device. I'm saying, what would it take for a new entrant to be part of this beautiful world you described that is the digital Africa? Amidst all these challenges, what is that? Do you have a domain name .Africa? Do you have an IP address? I mean, what is it? What's required of me? Must I have a certain level of education? Because sometimes if you cannot get to the counter, you don't get a beer. So you have to be able to rise up to the counter and get your beer. So what is it? Or is it no requirements? Right? And then how do you manage the challenges thereof? Anyway, thank you.
What does it take? What does it need? What does it entail?
I would be asking Prof, what does he understand by digital Africa? Then he gives us context because digital Africa is so when I think digital Africa, I just mean, or I think about the process of going digital as a whole. So that means, yes, we do need networks, but like I mentioned, there are many other components there. So there are also issues, right, to resolve. That's the whole promise of digital. So when it comes to food security, for instance, most of our farmers are smallholders. They are in the rural areas. So when you think about a solution for digital Africa, it's certainly not, you need to take their needs into consideration. You have to design in a way that they can actually uptake the technology. It is pointless putting technology in a place where nobody knows how to use it or is interested in using it. So those design issues have to come in. Like, climate for me right now, especially in Wakren, we have a new climate program. It's a big issue. So across Africa, as I mentioned that before, we don't, and that is not, widespread. The weather monitoring is a big way of it affects transport, it affects agriculture, and so on and so forth. But then we don't have enough monitors, so sensors. Digital Africa is going to be a world where, apart from the human beings and the machines, we're going to have sensors of different sorts. Now, how will these sensors work? Now, there are social cultural elements in that as well. So human beings, if you don't factor the human beings, the culture, the way they communicate, the way the context relates to the digital intervention, it will fall flat on its face. So there's a lot to consider there, and there's a lot to unpack. And it takes, in true form, it takes multi-stakeholder. And I think that needs a bed of, again, research and education. And I mean, when I say research and education, not necessarily how it might be perceived. Education is broad. So we can get educated by the farmer in his village, because there are techniques that have been in Africa for ages that we don't record because we're too busy importing technologies that don't work for us. So digital for us must be ways in which we elevate that. We take knowledge that we've had in Africa forever and find a way to express that digitally.
Thank you. So I think for far too long, we have focused on people like us, people who understand technology and so on. But I think if we want to benefit our population, we have to go much further. People who don't know technology, people who don't speak English or French, people who have disabilities, people who are illiterate. And this is a lot of work. We have to do it in order to be able to benefit our societies from the digital technology. And in fact, we see a phenomena that more and more people currently could use the internet, but don't use it because of many reasons, like they don't find the content that they want. They are illiterate, so there's nothing that is really that makes sense to them, and so on. So we really have. I remember in the first days there were of the internet, there were ISOC chapters went to villages to to teach about the internet. I think we have to go back to that, because maybe many people know, but there are still many people who really don't understand the internet. And today it's not only just about using the internet. 20 years ago, you had to teach only about using the internet. Today you have to teach them how to make themselves secure, because there is much bigger risks, security risks today. And asking or encouraging someone just to access the internet without giving him or her the tools to protect themselves is dangerous. Just like giving someone the wheels of a car without educating them about the rules of the roads. So we have to spend a lot of effort on all those things. Also teach them about all the opportunities, etc. So that's why we have a lot of work. That's why we need many of the F-Star organizations and many more that have to come in order for Africans to benefit from the opportunities that we have on the internet.
Thanks, David. Before you take the mic, I think the doc was asked his understanding of digital Africa. I think unless otherwise, we can debate it. In my opening remarks, I painted a scenario whereby digital Africa is built on 3 pillars. Now we can take these 3 pillars and do a mind map and take each pillar and stretch it as much as you want, put items to that. For example, when you talk of access, which is the increasing access and affordable connectivity, affordable and reliable connectivity. We can draw a line and put in elements as far as we think. The next pillar would be skills, ensuring that our community has the skills that are needed to access and appreciate this digital economy and the technologies effectively. The third leg would be the innovation. Again, I think this becomes the epicenter of what we are trying to build and discuss as a continent. Now, out of all these three pillars, then comes something that is fundamental for us as a community, AF Star community, or the citizens of Africa, and that is collaboration. Identifying projects where we are collaborating as a continent, whether we are going to develop our own spaceship to go to Mars or to go to land on the moon. We do not have enough of these things where we collaborate. Ubuntu.net is probably one of those platforms that has been effectively used across the continent, but we need more examples of this. And yeah, we can continue around this, but say, please, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Salo. My name is Tabang, CEO of Dash Host and also Touch Mobile. I think we need to take a moment and just close our eyes and like Dr. say, we need to start dreaming. And as the young generation in the community, we're still dreaming. And some of us, especially for myself, it was always a dream to be in the space and to be part of this community. And by dreaming and seeing what was out there, and I saw an opportunity. I still remember back then when Zaga said RC, it's gonna take a while for me, because I still remember I started going to the offices when they were still called Uniforum back in the years. And I was so fascinated about the domain industry and the impact that it can have in the future. And I was welcomed and being assisted to become a RA. And fast forward years later, I started being more involved in the community. And there being a lot of inner fighting, and that we're still fighting even today. And the young generation, we slowly seeing what is happening, and it's becoming a concern. And today we're here, we're addressing the Africa to be digitalized, and we seem to be the only community who doesn't take the opportunity of what we are offering out there. Earlier, I think since yesterday, I've been thinking about, like, I've been thinking that what is that one thing that we're missing as a community? And there's a lot of individuals here who specialize, whether it's law, whether it's engineering, CEOs and CFOs, and that what we haven't managed to do well in the past 20 or 30 years is to document this industry, where it's coming from, where it's going. Nobody, or maybe a certain percentage of people still don't know about this community. I think we need to start there in-house. And by saying we need to start in-house, we need to start documenting the history of internet. You go to Google now, you try to search Africa Internet or Internet Africa. There's a lot of TikTok videos that comes. Nothing about the industry itself, what we offer and what we still will be able to offer. There's one video that I came across of Prof. When we talk about, he was talking about the internet in Africa. That's the only video that appears. So I think we need to start in-house and start documenting the history, the rich history of our internet, where it started. And I'll put this challenge especially to Mr. Masilela, because I spend most of my time with him to say, start documenting, give us the history, put together that information, and let's start spreading that information out there. Put together the podcast. There's a lot of geniuses here, engineers, like I said, who can be interviewed and are willing to give out what they've been learning for all these years, whether it's 20, 30 years. So they're out there, and soon, most of, like Prophet, he said to me earlier, he retired already. And that information that he has for the past 40 years, if we don't document that information, what are we going to do as the new generation? Thank you.
Okay. Any other comment, questions before I hand over to my panelists? Aha, there's a question.
No, not the question. Just to let you know that Badru has joined. So maybe Badru is online. Maybe you.
Badru is on the line. Thank you so much. So now we'll allow Badru to make his remarks, comments on our subject matter. Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, everybody. Can you hear me? Raise your hand if you can hear me. Somebody at the panel?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Great, thank you. I wish I could be there, but unfortunately I'm not. So I'm glad to see old faces and friends. The panel on where we are on digitization, what we need to do. I've listened to the comments, and mine's going to be pretty short, and really looking at what happened in 2020 helped the world, kind of shook the world in a way, but also needed for us to completely reshape how we look. What's happened after that is we've seen the global geopolitics become selfish and look more internal. And which now means that for us as Africans, we also need to take a lesson and look internal. We know that digitization is based on numbers and platformization is based on numbers. And we've seen what it can happen, what happens on the other side. So what are we able to do on our side? I think there is a triangle I tend to show when I'm looking at what I'm seeing in terms of African. Most of our economies are divided into three interesting spaces. You have a triangle with the top tier, which is usually 10% of any market. And those are the top 10 of that economy. Then we have the 30% who are the middle, and then the 60% who are at the bottom of that pyramid. But that 60% is the most active. That's where the most money moves, but it moves in smaller numbers. So what happens is the guys at the top are actually earning a lot from that middle space. That is the same way the global ecosystem works, that we on the African continent are the ones in that bottom of the pyramid. And until we actually start looking at ourselves as a bigger market within ourselves, the guys at the top are earning very well from us. So how do we then build a market within our ecosystem and within our budget ecosystem? I look at three interesting areas where we usually divide it into what I call energy, infrastructure, and finance. If we can actually be able to get energy talking at digitization, not at industry or anything else, and finance talking at digitization and understanding that. Then the infrastructure is, we have all the resources on this continent to be able to create the devices we need, but we have not yet really figured out how to, first and foremost, focus the finance to create those resources into the products and the devices to put in the 1 billion plus members of our population. And my key thing is we need to look at it from the whole ecosystem. We tend to look at it from different points. Now, when you look at it from that point, we then, in the middle, when you have energy infrastructure and finance at the top, then and that's what I would like to call the upstream from our digital ecosystem. Then you have the middle space, which is the aggregation space. That's where we have sitting the platforms. All of us, literally every country is able to buy from Amazon. That's the aggregation space. Then the bottom side is our last mile, our transport and our retail. We have actually not done much in that space. And that's where, so when I talk about the device is the last mile. And but we're still importing that device. That's a huge market. The transport is the fiber networks that we're building on our continent. And the retail is that business ecosystem that is managing that. And when you look at those three components, again, we've not taken ownership of those spaces. So I think when we look at it, we need to look at it from that inclusive point of view and then look at it from the 1 million point of view. Hello, am I still there? And that is really, for me, what I would like to really add, that we need to look at it from a selfish point of view, inwardly, and then how do we build that ecosystem from the bottom, breaking the structures that we believed existed post-2020. I believe it will take us another 2 to 3 years to actually build an Afrocentric digital ecosystem that is strong enough, because we have all of the variables to do it. We just need to do it together. I submit.
Thank you, Badru. Any other comments from the floor? Don't go too far away, Badru, because ideally the format of this discussion is that the last shall be the first in the closing remarks. So I'm first taking comments, questions from the house here, if there are any questions. But some of the questions that typically would have been arising from this thing is, how do we set Africa towards the UN summit into the future? And talking to the collaboration that we're looking at, and how to accommodate the left out, these new players in this healthy ecosystem of digital Africa. And then at a different level is, how can a diverse, multicultural place that we have challenged continent share common interests and vision? And then now, beyond the dreams that you've shared with us, and that we must dream bigger, what else is it that we can be looking at? What else can we as a continent achieve or take up to realize this digital Africa? There's some 3 measures or 3 success areas that have been spoken to around the success of digital Africa. And one of those is M-Pesa, which is a mobile money platform that allows users to send and transact and buy, using their mobile phones. And then the other one is Ushahidi, which is a crowdsourcing platform that allows users to report incidents, violence, human rights abuses. Then the other measure that is being used is eSoko, or you can call it eSoko. This platform addresses the farmers' issues. Then we have other payment gateways which are already assisting in this digital Africa that we are talking to, where people are able to send money across borders. What is that payment gateway? I just forget it, but if, not Uhuru? Mukuru. There is Mukuru, another payment. It enables you to send money as far as Nigeria if you are working in South Africa, and vice versa across the SADC region. And these are some of the low-hanging fruits or successes that we can pinpoint and talk to. So on that note, I'm going to ask Hope, no. So we have the last 10 minutes before we close our session for the day. I'm going to ask you, Badru, on the line, if you can make your closing comments, then we'll have Omo, then we'll have Dawid, in that order. Thank you. Starting with you, Badru.
Thank you. I am very, very optimistic in terms of what we are able to achieve. I think we have the most populous and probably the youngest population on the continent. You've been listing a number of opportunities which are actually building, but also if we tend to understand certain things, is that we started M-Pesa on the continent, and the people on the other side, the rest of the world, is now talking digital payments. A number of the entities that you've spoken to have already been doing the concept of tokenization, and we've been doing CBDC, one more or the other. If you look at all the young startups on the continent, they have been already doing the things that are being hailed as headlines in the developed market. Our condition allowed us to move faster and ahead of what the market was comfortable with, because obviously innovation, people delay innovation because of the status what they are in. And I think we need to take hold of that lead and actually further it up and own our market. But the localization concept, I'm not sure, I came in a little bit late and I missed, but the artificial intelligence progress, especially with what OpenAI is able to do today, and the openness of that product, is an amazing opportunity for the African subcontinent to localize technology right down to the village. And if we can put some space and thinking around that, I think I used to say earlier on when we were talking about connectivity, that the digital divide was in our head. It's again in our heads. The digital divide and the solution of that is more and more in our heads, because the tools have been really put on the table for us to take charge. And let me leave with that. Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Thank you, Badru. Mr. Omo.
So just listening to you talk about, M-Pesa and Shahidi, I was thinking, a digital Africa, we're starting to talk about the requirement for digital public infrastructures. So our countries have to be able to deliver these digital services securely, and we have to be able to take them up. So there's some foundational requirements for that. I mentioned identity earlier. If you don't have identity, you can access services. So that's something that we need to take into consideration on a broad continental scale. There are different initiatives, we need to strengthen them. You mentioned M-Pesa, so payment that works for our populations. Now, M-Pesa is very innovative, but there are also many other innovative products around Africa on a daily basis. Now, we need to be able to consider how does interact with each other across Africa to have a digital Africa, or we will have digital silos where that's concerned. And then what is this community's bread and butter? Data exchange. We have to be able to exchange data between these systems to have a meaningful digital Africa, that means. So that the entire breadth from payment, health systems, education systems. I don't even think that right now, even in the education space, that we can digitally communicate, and exchange, say, for instance, exam records. In the digital space as well, we have to have means of ascertaining that these records are bona fide and genuine. So those foundational infrastructures, the popular term now is digital public infrastructures. That's one area that we need to pay attention to as a community and can collaborate at that as well.
Thank you, Omo. Mr. David.
Thank you. I will focus on only some issues that have not been discussed. So you are talking about our multicultural, having many cultures in Africa that can be a drag on some of the things that we do. I think any society or community is not homogeneous. If you take, for example, African countries, some places, for example, I don't want to mention a country, but some of the countries that have most problems are the most homogeneous. It's not because you are homogeneous, you don't have a problem. So our having several languages, several cultures within our community is a problem only if we don't have rules, if we don't set rules so that everybody feels respected, heard, etc. So I think if we come up with norms that allows us to communicate by feeling respected and understood, etc., we will have a problem in the future. So I think we have to come with those rules. And if we come with those rules, I'm sure our diversity will be an asset rather as a problem. You mentioned how we can be at the UN summit. And I think this is just one example. There are many, many processes where Africans are not well represented. And I think it is a problem. It is a problem because if we are not there, our concerns will not be heard. So in the future, I think we have to be more present. And for that, we need to work at national level with our governments so that our governments understand those processes. First of all, we have to understand. It's not because we are from the internet community that we understand them, but we are closer. We might have more access to those discussions. And then we have to make sure that at national level, our governments understand and they work together at continental level so that they have a common voice and they can be heard. And I think there are many areas where, we'll have to discuss. We are talking about artificial intelligence. There will be many things that will be decided around it. And we don't want to be the ones to be left out where our concerns are not considered. So let's work together. Let's work at national, but also at continental level. The last one is how to make sure that nobody is left out. I think it has been discussed over and over, but it is important for the digital economy to be for everyone. Nobody should really feel left out, and that requires everybody's effort, a multi-stakeholder effort from the civil society, but also the government and the private sector, etc. Because unless we have everybody on board, I think we are going to miss that revolution. Thank you.
Am I allowed to sneak in something after the submissions I've had?
Yeah, we may allow you that 15 seconds, 30. Go ahead, Badru.
Thank you. One of the conversations and I think discussions we tend to have is how do we eat this elephant? And I'm thinking, especially with the last submission, is if we can focus, maybe look at health. Digital health, what will digital health do for us in Africa? If we push the digital health agenda we create the demand, and the concept of no one being left behind kicks in, because digital health drives demand, which also drives the market. So we also need to focus on an area that will bring in as many people as possible as a step forward into moving forward. So anchor and build on something and move wider, because everybody needs health treatment. Thank you.
Colleagues, thank you again for your patience. I think before you clap your hands, I know you're getting ready for that. Well, one of the things that I would like to take away from this, nothing too much because you've had it, I'm not trying to summarize anything, but clearly we do need to, the issues that were raised, your digital Africa or the digital infrastructure, public infrastructure, digital health, bringing more people together, not leaving out anyone in the continent in this digital age as we talk of a digital Africa, dealing with our diversity in a positive manner. Now, all of these things and many other elements that have been raised, we need to say the tire needs to hit the road. We need to stop talking about them and find a program of putting these elements into action so that in the next few years, when we hand over the baton, we're handing over to something that is already tangible that our kids can see. On that note, I want to thank you for your attentive spell, except that not many of you came to the mic, but nonetheless, your attention is much appreciated and you are going to assist in the tire hitting the road. A round of applause to yourselves and the panelists. Thank you. Over to you, Saya.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to invite Professor Nikweno for the open mic.
I guess we've reached the stage where it's good to listen to others. And so we have open mic. Anyone who wants to say anything, I promise no response, but I want to engage anyway. So the mic is open. If not, I'll begin to call some people. So if you don't want me to call you, please come. Please go ahead.
Yeah, this is
Doctor, I'll sneak in to say I'm happy to see you.
Badu, hear your voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I just want to relay some comment and some discussions from the chat.
Okay.
This afternoon, there were two comments and questions. One was about the question was to you, but anyway, this is open mic. We are not support, but I just want to make sure that the comment, the questions, yes, are known. And one of them was why that we're having an AF star meeting without any Afrinic staff. That was especially for Prof. Then the second one was probably for Lucky, saying that why that the Dr. Africa Foundations is registered again in Mauritius when we seem to have issue with Mauritius jurisdiction. Okay, so I think these were the two. Okay, but then, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Those two questions have entered into our records. But I'm now tempted to say something. Yes, go ahead.
Now, speaking for myself.
Very good.
I think there was some discussion on what is digital Africa. Okay, we tried for this session to invite the African Union Commissions to come and give us a talk about the Agenda 2063. Okay, because we thought that this would have helped us to understand the agenda, what the African Union is working on, because again, I think if we don't have a common understanding what the digital Africa and what our government are working toward, we may not be playing very well. So I want just to they say next time they will be pleased to come and address us on this agenda 2063. But we can all go online and read the document. Yeah.
Thank you. Sometimes getting the proposer to speak to us carries a lot of weight. So anytime you can get African Union to talk to us, we'll organize. Madam Fiona, go ahead.
I just wanted to add that there is also the effort being done by Smart Africa on digitizing Africa, but they are calling what they've prepared as the digital economy blueprint for Africa that touches on a number of different areas that we can actually look into. And therein lies opportunities for ICT companies to grow, to have more business opportunities and to work with communities and governments to be able to deliver on digital matters. Thanks.
Thank you. I recall in one of our meetings, we got Smart Africa to talk to AF Star, right? We'll continue to reach out and strengthen our relationship that way. Thank you very much. There must be more. Or is it that we've been here too long and, and you are in a hurry to get some wine or something? Yes, please.
Yes. She came to me and said, "Oh, I asked a questions, but it was not answered." This is an open mic. We don't answer, but just for him, the question is about AF Star. So why is that AF Star is not registered? Do you want to maybe
address that
now or after beer or I don't know? Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm tempted to answer, but I think let me just remain in the principle. So I'll have a beer with him and explain. But I'll repeat something I said earlier. The fact that people are accepting to use our resources voluntarily demands that we are extremely responsible in how we address those issues. So I leave it like that. And many is permissionless. So I don't know. It depends on the situation, what you choose to do. It can be loose organization, lightweight organization, fat, depending on if you're providing a lot of services. So without answering his question, I'm saying a lot of it depends on the needs of the star organization at the time. In some situations, folks believe it's good to be just coordinating lightweight. In some situations, they feel they should incorporate and build out of there, which makes a lot of sense if you are providing services directly and earning revenue and so on. But if you are coordinating, it might be sufficient for the members to just voluntarily absorb some costs so that we don't have any obligation to anybody. People are coming, the members will come in voluntarily. If they are not happy, they will walk away. No commitments, just because I want to be with you. So anyway, those are some of the considerations, but I will still not answer the case of AF Star. I think you understand what I'm talking about from both sides of my mouth. Okay, that's all. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Let's get some more. I mean, we've done quite well, but the more input from you, the better. Okay, if I'm not seeing any strong motivation, we shouldn't hold ourselves any further. And for me, I'll thank you very much for having stayed much later than we had anticipated. And you've been active and communicating and contributing. So I thank you very much for that. And let's keep that spirit going. We agreed to be united. And that means you must listen to all of us. I'll have to listen to all of you. And we will do just that. And we'll follow up with some of the thoughts and see what we're able to carry forward. So with that, I thank you very, very much sincerely for your contributions today. This brings the end of the AF Star meeting, and tomorrow we'll start a new day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. We are resuming our activities tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Please, let's be punctual. Enjoy your evening.